Chapter 13:27. Trample the Black Moon Quasi-Emperor was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The other Quasi-Emperors of Sun Luo Hall were all shocked. Martial Uncle Black Moon was seriously injured by a martial saint. This was simply a fantasy. No matter how strong Yi Fei's physical body was, it was only an emperor weapon. A Quasi-Emperor's strength could shatter an emperor weapon. Then, many Quasi-Emperors were enraged. Yi Fei, how dare you? Are you thinking of betraying Sun Luo Hall? Some of the Quasi-Emperors had already attacked in anger, preparing to subdue Yi Fei. At this moment, the Black Moon Quasi-Emperor, who had been sent flying, suddenly shouted, "Everyone, be careful. He is not Yi Fei, nor is he the blood progenitor, and to the human race. Listen up. I am the great blood demon. You humans are destined to grovel at the feet of me, a demon god, and become slaves, cattle, and horses." Yi Fei suddenly stretched out a hand and pointed at the Quasi-Emperor who had attacked him. The Quasi-Emperor's blood immediately flowed in the opposite direction. His blood essence suddenly started burning uncontrollably. "Ah, my blood is burning. He is not a human. He is a demon." The Quasi-Emperor roared in fear. He had never experienced such a terrifying thing. He was completely defenseless, and his blood had been controlled by someone else. This was the most terrifying thing about the blood demon. He did not need a body or even a soul. He only needed to retain a trace of consciousness to control endless blood and use it to kill his enemies. Blood was the source of the blood demon's power. Yi Fei did not know that the blood demon had used his demon blood to create the blood progenitor. He had never expected the blood progenitor to be able to save him. The blood demon had been planning to use the demon blood left in the blood progenitor's body when he was crushed to death by the demon sealing pagoda. Therefore, when he discovered that Yi Fei had used the heavenly tribulation to trick him, the blood demon took the opportunity to transform his consciousness into a black lotus at the last moment and rushed into Yi Fei's body. However, the blood demon did not expect Yi Fei to have the undying sword spirit in his body. He was already severely injured by the heavenly tribulation. He was caught off guard and was injured by the sword chi of the undying sword spirit. His consciousness was completely lost consciousness later. Yi Fei's blood progenitor's demon god. If this had continued, Yi Fei would have refined the Black Moon Quasi-Emperor Black Lotus. Was black. Unfortunately, in order to deal with Yi Fei, Xuelwan had taken the risk of breaking into the space of hell where the blood demon was suppressed. There, Xuelwan had indeed found several treasures that the blood demon revolving door had left behind in order to trap the blood ancestor. There was a drop of demon blood that contained part of the blood demon's power and 12 demon god fingernails that could cut through imperial weapons. There was also a cultivation technique that he had deliberately prepared to devour other blood progenitors and transform them into a new blood demon. Although Xuelwan was very smart, he was not as cunning as the blood demon who had been plotting for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, Xuelwan could not resist his greed and learned this demonic cultivation technique without hesitation. Not only did he devour his two elder brothers, Xuesha and Xueyin, but he also risked everything and rushed into Yi Fei's body with that drop of demon blood. This awakened the consciousness of the blood demon in the Black Lotus and gave the blood demon a chance to be reborn. From now on, I am the ruler of this land. If you humans want to live, you only have two choices. The first is to resist, and I will turn your corpses into another sea of blood. The second is to submit and swear that you will be the livestock of the demon god. You will be sacrificed every year and worshipped every year. Yi Fei's eyes shone with a demonic light. His voice was cold and ferocious. His words also had a strange demonic nature. The souls of many martial monarchs trembled when they heard it. They felt an urge to kneel and submit immediately. When the many Quasi-Emperors of the Sun Luo Hall heard this, they were all enraged. "How dare you? I don't care if you're a true demon god or a complete demon god. This is the Sun Luo Hall. Even if you're a demon god, you cannot behave atrociously here." Rumble. The Grand Hall Master He Ming made his move. He spread out his 5 fingers. What he sent out was no longer a gigantic demonic hand, but 5 black mountains. Could it be that Yi Fei's body has been taken over? He Ming, please show mercy. He Yu vomited a mouthful of blood. He had high hopes for Yi Fei. It was Yi Fei who gave hope to his aging heart. He did not want to see Yi Fei die like this. Don't worry, Martial Uncle. I won't kill him. I will subdue him, He Ming said sternly. The 5 huge mountains had already arrived above Yi Fei's head. Within the space of his dantian, Yi Fei immediately sensed the terror of He Ming's strike. His face immediately became bitter. Hall Master, are you going to kill me or save me? He Ming's strike was even more terrifying than the one in the ancestral dragon's abyss. Faced with the 5 black mountains in the sky, Yi Fei suddenly produced an icy cold, demonic voice. Even those bald donkeys from the Chan monastery of Devanaga can't subdue this god, let alone a mere quasi-emperor ant like you. Piss off. The demonic blood in his body suddenly surged. The blood demon completely disdained to use Yi Fei's power of despair that had yet to mature. What he used was the power of the blood demon that he had stored in his demonic blood beforehand. Like before, he pointed his finger at the sky, turning into 5 blood-red demonic mountains. Not only did they smash through He Ming's 5 demonic mountains, but they also smashed He Ming and the 4 quasi-emperors who came to support him, causing them to vomit blood and retreat. His strength is already infinitely close to martial emperors. He's not Yi Fei. He's a real demon. He Ming retreated as he vomited blood. The expressions of the other quasi-emperors all changed as well. In this age where martial emperors did not appear, anyone whose strength was closer to that of a quasi-emperor would be a godlike existence. Do you see that? This is the power of demon gods. In the eyes of us demon gods, you humans are destined to be ants for us to slaughter, livestock. 100 martial emperors of you humans are only equivalent to a single martial emperor of us. 10 martial gods are only equivalent to a single martial god of us. What can you lowly beings use to resist us? Why are you still not kneeling down and swearing to become our livestock? Yi Fei clenched his fist and suddenly punched at the sky. A blazing scarlet light suddenly formed a terrifying scarlet pillar of light that shattered this hell. Then, the pillar of light shot towards all the martial monarchs and martial sages in the Dark Azura Hall. Among the human race, only the quasi-emperors have the right to live. The others are all sacrificed. I haven't eaten humans for a long time. I almost can't remember what the blood of a martial god of the human race tastes like. The blood demon ignored the furious and horrified gazes of the quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall. He controlled Yi Fei's body and prepared to walk out and reap all the lives outside. In response, He Ming, He Yu, and the other quasi-emperors were all enraged. Blood demon, this is the Dark Azura Hall, the land of our human race. A quasi-emperor roared angrily. They suddenly formed a human wall and gathered everyone's strength. Finally, they managed to break the scarlet light that the blood demon sent out. Suddenly, rage appeared on Yi Fei's face. A bunch of livestock dares to oppose us demon gods? Since that is the case, then all of you can die. Boom! The blood demon did not show any mercy. It was like stepping on a bunch of ants. He attacked coldly. His 5 scarlet mountains grew incredibly large. They howled as they enveloped all the quasi-emperors, the martial monarchs, elders, and martial sages outside. Chapter 1328. Counterattack. Invite the Wind and Thunder Tower. In order to protect the numerous martial monarchs and disciples of the Dark Azura Hall, as well as to kill the blood demon, this dangerous existence, He Ming no longer cared whether this was Yi Fei's physical body. Yi Fei, don't blame us. The Black Moon Quasi-Emperor hesitated for a moment, but still resolutely chose to protect the Dark Azura Hall and abandon Yi Fei. Therefore, when the blood demon attacked, the Black Moon and He Ming led all the quasi-emperors into the void with bloodshot eyes. Hidden in the void was the Dark Azura Hall's greatest killing weapon, the Wind Thunder Pagoda. Once, the Wind Thunder Pagoda blew the quasi-emperor demonic beasts attacking the dark Azura Hall into dust. Knowing how horrifying the blood demon was this time, He Ming and He Yu worked together with the other quasi-emperors to activate the Wind Thunder Tower's hurricanes and lightning at the same time. Whoosh! Between the heaven and earth, tornadoes howled and tore the void apart. The entire Sanluo temple seemed to be on the verge of destruction. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The lightning contained within the Wind Thunder Tower was actually a heavenly tribulation. The quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall used the Wind Thunder Tower to collect them bit by bit when they underwent their tribulations. When this hurricane and lightning appeared, the 5 blood mountains of the blood demon collapsed. In his Dantian space, Yi Fei felt even more bitter when he saw the might of the Wind Thunder Tower that was comparable to a heavenly tribulation. He understood that the quasi-emperors of Dark Azura Hall had chosen to abandon him in the end. However, you can't blame the quasi-emperor for this. I was too careless. I should have thought of this long ago. The blood demon has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and has yet to die. Once the heavenly tribulation comes, how could it be so simple to strike him to death? I didn't expect that the black lotus he injected into my body was his consciousness. The blood progenitor he had created was the tool that would allow him to be reborn. He deceived the blood ancestor in me. Yi Fei was very depressed. He was also a shrewd person, but when faced with a cunning demonic god like the blood demon, he still fell for it. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, this was a plan that the blood demon had been planning for tens of thousands of years. Generations of blood ancestors, including smart people like Shuel Wan, hadn't discovered any flaws, let alone Yi Fei, who didn't know much about the blood demon. Maybe it's not a bad thing to be killed by the Wind Thunder Tower like this. I was careless and gave the blood demon a chance to revive. Then, let me die with him to make up for my mistake. I don't blame the Sanluo Hall's quasi-emperors for abandoning me. Yi Fei's consciousness was immobilized by the Black Lotus. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for the Wind Thunder Pagoda and the many quasi-emperors to turn him into dust. At this moment, Xiao Chao's anxious cries rang out in his Dantian space. This voice caused Yi Fei's dejected heart to suddenly turn into intense fear. No, I can't wait to die. Xiao Chao and the Dragon Turtle are still in the Beastmark space, but I can't let Xiao Chao and the Dragon Turtle die with me. Xiao Chao, can you hear me? Let the Dragon Turtle carry you and run. Yi Fei shouted in fear. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Although his consciousness was restricted by the Black Lotus, he could still resist. However, he couldn't communicate with his primordial spirit and control his body. However, he had a martial technique that didn't consume his primordial spirit, but his divine consciousness. That martial technique was the Eye of Thunder Punishment. He could use the Eye of Thunder Punishment to see through the Beastmark space while the Blood Demon was busy fighting the Quasi-Emperors and couldn't take care of him. Eye of Thunder Punishment open. Yi Fei immediately gave up on resisting the Black Lotus confinement. Instead, he focused all of his divine consciousness and condensed a purple vertical eye between his eyebrows. Boom! Yi Fei opened his eye, and it pierced through his Dantian space. It also pierced through his meridians and bones. The purple gaze fiercely rushed into the beast-marked space on his shoulder. He saw that Xiao Chao and the Dragon Turtle were safe and sound in the beast-marked space. Their eyes were filled with anxiety. The Dragon Turtle looked confused and didn't know what to do. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Chao, on the other hand, quickly sensed a familiar gaze falling on her small body. Xiao Chao suddenly became excited and shouted anxiously. She raised her vine whip and was about to rush out of the beast-marked space to fight the blood demon. Xiao Chao clearly sensed that Yi Fei was in a bad situation. Dragon Turtle, hold down Xiao Chao. Don't come out. Yi Fei shouted anxiously. He didn't care if the blood demon could hear him. The Dragon Turtle couldn't hear Yi Fei's voice, but when it saw Xiao Chao's reaction, it suddenly understood something. It hurriedly rushed over and pulled Xiao Qiao back. Yi Fei then realized that the dragon turtle and Xiao Qiao couldn't hear him. Fortunately, he could communicate with Xiao Qiao. Other than voice, they could also communicate with each other through eye contact and hand gestures. Relying on their familiarity, after the dragon turtle pulled Xiao Qiao back, Yi Fei immediately cast a strong questioning gaze on Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao quickly held back her tears and gestured to Yi Fei. The dragon turtle was also very smart. Although it couldn't sense Xiao Qiao's actions, it knew that Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao were communicating with each other through a special method. It was just that they couldn't speak. The dragon turtle thought for a moment and immediately crawled over with a wooden sign in its mouth. It used its claws to write a sentence on the wooden sign, "Xiao Qiao and I are safe." Safe? Didn't the blood demon notice you? Yi Fei blinked his eyes in confusion. He didn't care whether Xiao Qiao could understand or not. The dragon turtle couldn't sense Yi Fei's gaze. It just wrote another sentence and showed it. The blood demon doesn't seem to be able to sense the beast mark space. As long as we don't go out, we are safe. Also, the dragon turtle scratched its head and used its claws to carve two crooked words on the wooden sign. Human Emperor. Human Emperor? What does this broken tortoise mean? Why is it talking about the human sovereign? Wait, I remember that when the blood demon controlled my body, he seemed to have said these two words. Could it be that my beast mark space is related to the human sovereign? Boom. Yi Fei's mind was in a mess. He seemed to have guessed something, but since his gaze could only be sensed by Xiao Qiao, he couldn't communicate with the dragon turtle. He didn't know how to ask or how to tell the dragon turtle to protect Xiao Qiao. At this moment, the beast mark space in front of his eyes suddenly shook. Then, the space in his dantian also shook violently. The Eye of Thunder punishment was also forcefully interrupted by this violent shaking. Yi Fei relied on his battle instincts to discover in horror that the blood demon was actually self-destructing his primordial spirit. F*CK, that's my primordial spirit, my body, blood demon. I'm not done with you. Yi Fei's eyes immediately turned red. He hurriedly released his divine consciousness to sense the battle outside. Then, he discovered that his body had already transformed into a three-headed, six-armed beast under the blood demon's control and was engaged in a fierce battle with the Wind Thunder Pagoda. However, the Wind Thunder Pagoda used to be the most valuable treasure of the Hall of Life and Death. He Ming and the other quasi-emperors might not be a match for the blood demon even if they joined forces. Chapter 1329. Madness. At his peak, the blood demon might have no problem dealing with the Wind Thunder Tower. However, his demonic blood has only recovered less than 1% of its power. He is definitely no match for the Wind Thunder Tower. The Wind Thunder Tower had once instantly turned a quasi-emperor demonic beast into dust. Even though the blood demon forcefully used his demonic blood to take on the form of a three-headed, six-armed demonic god, the Wind Thunder Tower still left him in a miserable state, with one of his three heads shattered. His six arms were all destroyed by the hurricane. Sensing the huge depletion of his demonic blood, the blood demon had no choice but to use Yi Fei's power of despair. However, doing so would inevitably cause the power restraining Yi Fei to loosen. However, Yi Fei did not act rashly. He even took the initiative to communicate with the blood demon, cursing, "Blood demon, you have cultivated for several tens of thousands of years. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? If you can't beat him, can't you run?" The blood demon's current appearance was indeed miserable. When he heard Yi Fei's words, he became even more furious. "Aunt, what did you say? Run? You humans are merely livestock reared by us demonic gods. How can I be defeated by a bunch of livestock? Several tens of thousands of years ago, you were also suppressed by a Buddhist expert. Since you could be suppressed once, you could be suppressed a second time. Don't be stubborn. Run quickly." Yi Fei persuaded, suppressing his anger. If not for the fact that this body belonged to him, he would not care about the life and death of the blood demon. Roar. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the blood demon roared furiously. It was not enough for him to mobilize Yi Fei's primordial spirit. He even wanted to mobilize Yi Fei's heavenly dragon golden body to continue the massacre. Yi Fei's expression changed. Only now did he recall that when the blood demon was suppressed by the Buddhist sect, he had learned the 8th division heavenly dragon and used this move to nearly deceive him. Blood demon, you still dare to resist? Even if we have to destroy the Dark Azura Hall today, we will destroy you. The might of the human race cannot be offended. Wind Thunder Tower, activate. Not only were the quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall numerous in numbers, but they were also very tenacious in battle. Seeing that ordinary wind and thunder could not destroy the blood demon, a few quasi-emperors with strong personalities actually started to burn their own life force, turning it into an even more terrifying energy that merged into the Wind Thunder Tower. Suddenly, Yi Fei saw that the appearance of the Wind Thunder Pagoda had changed. It was not a small pagoda, but a towering pagoda with 18 floors. It was just that below the pagoda, all 17 floors were dark and lightless. Only at the top of the pagoda were more than a dozen quasi-emperors who had turned into stars and were providing the Wind Thunder Pagoda with power. Dark Azura Hall's strength is actually so terrifying. Yi Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Only one floor of the Wind Thunder Tower was activated, and it could instantly destroy a quasi-emperor. If all 18 floors were activated at the same time, would its power be able to directly destroy a martial god? Seeing the complete Wind Thunder Pagoda appear, even the blood demon, who was so arrogant that he looked down on the human race, had a change in expression. There was a rare hint of fear in his tone. Damn it, this is the ancient god-slaying pagoda. How can such a terrifying weapon exist in such a low-level world? Human ants, consider yourselves lucky. When this deity recovers his strength, I will come and settle the score with you all. Let's go. Yi Fei felt his 3 heads and 6 arms withdraw. Then, his body returned to normal. Then, the blood demon took control of him again. He directly shattered space and fled into the distance. Quickly activate the 18 limitless killing formations. He Ming and the other quasi-emperors were enraged. All the martial monarchs of the Dark Azura Hall roared furiously. The 18 killing formations that had been prepared for a long time started operating frantically. These killing formations were the strongest defenses of the Dark Azura Hall. They had once faced the encirclement of countless demonic beasts, but they had not been destroyed. Facing these killing formations, the blood demon's expression turned extremely unsightly. He shouted angrily, "So, it is the limitless seal." Unexpectedly, the remnants of the ancient hall of life and death still exist. Sooner or later, the great army of my race's demonic gods will wash this low-level world with blood. Boom! The blood demon steeled his heart and suddenly drew energy from his dantian, forming a horrifying saber of scarlet light. Then he swung it 18 times. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the 18 killing formations and charged out of the limitless space. Chase after him and kill this true demon. The quasi-emperors, who had suffered heavy losses, roared furiously. They all wanted to give chase and eliminate the source of the problem. Stop chasing, He Ming shouted angrily. He said sullenly, "This demonic god is not someone we can deal with. If not for the blood ancestor, he would not have been released." This time, our Dark Azura Hall was careless. What a pity for that child, Yi Fei. He could have become a pillar of our Dark Azura Hall. He Yu sighed. He hesitated for a while, but ultimately did not have the courage to continue giving chase. The terror of the blood demon had already left a psychological shadow in their hearts. The other quasi-emperors could also tell that the blood demon's true strength was probably that of a true martial emperor. This was also the reason why they were apprehensive. Yi Fei naturally hated the cowardice of the Dark Azura Hall's quasi-emperors. Why aren't you chasing after him? This blood demon is already severely injured. Yi Fei sent out his spiritual sense with a roar, hoping that a quasi-emperor's spiritual sense would detect it. However, the blood demon was extremely cunning. The instant Yi Fei sent out his spiritual sense, he waved his hand and destroyed Yi Fei's spiritual sense. Kaka, you want to send a message? You want to have a chance? When I recover my strength, I will destroy your consciousness and completely take over your body. I will also take over the undying sword soul in your body. When the blood demon mentioned the undying sword soul, his eyes clearly flashed with incomparable excitement. Then a portion of his consciousness sank into his dantian and firmly suppressed Yi Fei's consciousness in the Black Lotus, preventing him from moving. Xiao Chao sensed Yi Fei's situation and anxiously rushed out again. The dragon turtle hurriedly pounced on Xiao Chao and was viciously beaten up by Xiao Chao. Yi Fei also hurriedly shook his head vigorously at the void, sending a message to Xiao Chao that she must not expose herself. Then his eyes turned vicious. Blood demon, you forced me to do this. Your cultivation level is higher than mine, so you can suppress my consciousness. However, I don't believe that you can completely suppress the undying sword soul. Yi Fei turned his head and looked at the undying sword soul not far away. Although it was also controlled by the blood demon's spiritual chains, the undying sword soul was clearly still able to resist. It continuously exuded a destructive aura, destroying the chains that were controlling it. The blood demon only controlled Yi Fei and did not destroy Yi Fei because he used most of his strength to trap the undying sword soul. Otherwise, if he focused all his strength on attacking Yi Fei's consciousness, the undying sword soul would immediately break free. Then, just like last time, when he was unprepared, the undying sword soul would crush his consciousness again. Although Yi Fei did not know this, he knew that the blood demon did not kill him because of the undying sword soul. Until now, my connection with the undying sword soul still exists. However, I can only communicate with it and not control it. The undying sword soul is only passively resisting. If I can completely control the undying sword soul and make it resist, perhaps I will have a chance to take back my body and kill the blood demon. However, the undying sword soul was constantly exuding a destructive aura. In the past, Yi Fei had thought of completely controlling the undying sword soul and even making it recognize him as its master. However, every time he had this thought, the undying sword soul would exude an even more violent, destructive aura and destroy his consciousness. Helpless, Yi Fei could only take a step back and continue to awaken the undying sword soul. Both parties had always been at peace. However, things were different now. His consciousness was suppressed and his body was controlled. Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle, who were hiding in the beastmark space, were at risk of being exposed at any time. If he allowed the blood demon to continue recovering, his consciousness would be destroyed sooner or later. Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle would also be in danger. Chapter 1330. Murder and Arson. I want to control the undying sword soul. I don't want to awaken it like before. I want to completely control it. A crazy voice in Yi Fei's mind urged him to do so. Only by doing so could he reverse the situation and break free from the blood demon's control and regain control of his body. As long as he could regain control of his body, Yi Fei had plenty of ways to toy with the blood demon to death. Undying sword soul, merge with me. Yi Fei widened his eyes and used all his strength to try and communicate with the undying sword soul that was trapped by the blood-red chains. The sword soul did not respond. It sensed that Yi Fei was no longer trying to awaken it and was instead trying to completely control it. The sword soul seemed to be resisting. Feeling this, Yi Fei was not surprised but happy. He had tried to control the undying sword soul in the past, but he was not strong enough. Secondly, the sword soul would be angry whenever he tried to do so. It would even go into hibernation and ignore the provocation of a little guy like him. But it was different this time. Not only did the blood demon suppress Yi Fei, it also suppressed the undying sword soul. It was impossible for the sword soul to break free from the blood demon's control. Hence, the sword soul seemed to be willing to compromise with Yi Fei's wish to control it. Of course, This was only Yi Fei's speculation. But even if there was only a sliver of a chance, Yi Fei was willing to take a gamble to protect himself and Xiao Qiao. He no longer cared about what the blood demon was trying to do with his body. Instead, he focused all his attention on trying to communicate with the undying sword soul. If one attempt did not work, he would try 10 times. If 10 times still did not work, he would try 100 times. If 100 times still did not work, he would try 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Yi Fei's eyes were red, and he looked even crazier than a lunatic. In his days, he seemed to have returned to the dark days in Black Rock City when his Dantian was destroyed. At that time, he was just like today. In his despair, he repeatedly tried to communicate with the black sword shadow in his shattered Dantian. For a month, the sword shadow did not respond. For a year, the sword shadow did not respond. For 2 years, the sword shadow still did not respond. There was only the moss-covered rocks and the waterfall below the rocks. But he was still persevering. He gritted his teeth and silently endured countless taunts, ridicule, and humiliation. Finally, after 3 years, the sword soul responded. At most, I will try again. Even if I have to do it, I will destroy it. Even if it is a cliff, I will. I will destroy it. For me and Xiao Qiao, I will control. I'll take control of my body. Undying sword soul, I know you have your own consciousness. If you don't want to fall into the hands of the demon god and become a tool for them to slaughter the human race, then you should respond to me and merge with me. From now on, I am the sword soul, and the sword soul is me. Kill blood demon, that old bastard. The undying sword spirit remained silent, but Yi Fei didn't give up. He continued to transmit his will, and the craziness in his eyes grew even more intense, as well as even more resolute. However, the sword soul still did not respond. It could allow Yi Fei to awaken it, but such a treasure would not be moved by Yi Fei's words. The sword soul's only response was to release an even stronger destructive aura. It was not only rejecting Yi Fei's consciousness from entering, but also trying to break free from the invisible chains around its body. The blood demon quickly discovered Yi Fei's intentions. His face was full of mockery as he coldly and mercilessly ridiculed. Foolish mortal, you are truly an ignorant human ant. It is your honor to be the host of the sword soul. You actually want to control it and become its master. That is a miracle that even the Empyrean-level great demon master does not dare to dream of. However, this is also good. Continue your futile struggle. The more you struggle, the more despair you will feel. This way, I will be able to destroy your consciousness very quickly and then completely control this body. I will replace you and become the new host of the Undying Sword Soul. With the help of the Undying Sword Soul, I will definitely transform into the new great demon lord in the future. Thus, the blood demon no longer interfered with Yi Fei's actions. He only treated Yi Fei's struggle as a laughable joke. He controlled Yi Fei's body and continued forward. Soon, the blood demon left the white bone wasteland and completely left Dark Azura Hall's sphere of influence. Along the way, the blood demon killed all the living beings he encountered and absorbed their blood to strengthen the demon blood in his body. At the same time, he also recovered the energy he had used up in the Wind Thunder Tower. The blood demon's consciousness had not completely recovered, so he was not in a hurry to kill Yi Fei. Moreover, a mighty demon god had almost been killed by a human ant using a heavenly tribulation. This was a great humiliation that the blood demon absolutely could not accept. Now, he wanted to wash away this humiliation in front of Yi Fei. Lowly human, didn't you say you didn't want to become a demon? I will make you a demon, a great evil demon. Then, I will erase your consciousness and control your body. This is also subduing demons and demons. It is the greatest merit of the Buddha. Not only was this blood demon's demonic arts exquisite, but his control of blood had also reached a transcendent level. At the same time, he was also proficient in Buddhism and knew how to collect the power of merit to refine a golden body. However, the Bloodseeker's understanding of karma was very different. The Buddhist karma was to save people from suffering, while the Bloodseeker's karma was to nurture evil spirits and then suppress them. This was how he cultivated his karma. This was clearly a case of a thief crying thief. About 7 days after leaving the Whitebone Wasteland, the Blood Demon controlled Yi Fei's body and arrived at an evil demonic sect. That sect was filled with a bloody aura, and there were disciples who cultivated demonic arts. They captured countless living beings and killed them directly to refine corpses. Without a word, the Blood Demon slashed down with a terrifying blood saber and destroyed the sect. In the sky, a sliver of merit actually descended. The Blood Demon did not stand on ceremony with this sliver of merit. He merged it into Yi Fei's heavenly dragon golden body, then shook his head and said, "Not enough, not enough. The evil they did was too light. It was not enough for my merit. My merit is slaughter. If I kill everyone, they will not commit evil. This is the great mercy of saving people from suffering. Come, this God is merciful and will spare you from your sins. Kill." The Blood Demon rushed to another battlefield. There were 2 groups of evil spirits fighting over a town where mortals lived. Both sides had been fighting for control of the town for 3 days and 3 nights. Under the attacks of the martial artists, the town was completely turned into a land of death. The ground was littered with the corpses of ordinary people. There were also evil spirits secretly hiding among them, collecting their corpse aura, grievances, and remnant souls. At this moment, the Blood Demon controlled Yi Fei to rush over. Without a word, he slashed again and killed all the evil spirits. Chapter 1331. Immemorial Heavenly Arts. Yi Fei discovered that the Blood Demon's understanding of merit was not as simple as a deviation. This was basically the logic of a bandit who had gone berserk. If killing and arson were all merit, then were all the bandits and robbers in the world supposed to be holy monks blessed with merit? However, he could not deny that the Blood Demon's twisted logic could actually draw on merit. It really was as the saying went. Killing and arson were golden. The Blood Demon had killed countless evil demons and magical beasts along the way with him. However, with every person the Blood Demon killed, the aura of merit on him would become slightly stronger. When they arrived at this powerful headquarters of the Shadow Demon sect, a great golden light of merit suddenly descended from the sky, entering the golden body of the heavenly dragon. Killing people can actually draw in merit. Yi Fei widened his eyes. Not only was the Blood Demon a demon god, but he was also an evil Buddha. That's right. Killing people is merit. How can you foolish humans understand the path of us demon gods? The Blood Demon had obtained tremendous merit, so not only was he in a great mood, but he also did not mind saying a few more words to Yi Fei. Yi Fei was happy to stall for time so that he could receive a response from the undying Sword Soul. He also mocked, "Blood Demon, you look down on us humans, yet you use the cultivation method of us humans. Aren't you contradicting yourself? The cultivation method of the humans? You ignorant insect, listen up. The power of the golden body isn't a cultivation method of you humans. Instead, it was created by us demon gods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have descended to the Chan monastery of Devanaga for the 8 legions heavenly dragon. I'll steal this cultivation method." Perhaps it had been far too many years since he had spoken to anyone, so the Blood Demon ignored Yi Fei and immersed himself in his memories. He muttered to himself, "I still remember when I was young. I was fortunate enough to follow the great demon lord into an ancient ruin. In the ruin, I discovered the 8 legions heavenly dragon and a mysterious 8 extremities diagram. The great demon lord once said that the diagram recorded an invincible immemorial heavenly art. If he could learn it, he would definitely become invincible among the great demon lords. Thus, I secretly memorized that Baji diagram and spent another 1,000 years to find out the whereabouts of the 8-division heavenly dragon. Finally, I found the Chan monastery of Devanaga and obtained the cultivation method of the 8 legions of heavenly dragons. It's just a pity that the bald donkeys inside are far too difficult to deal with." Every single one of them disregarded their own safety, even going as far as turning the entire sea of Buddhism into a sea of blood just to suppress and obliterate me. With the great demon's sovereign's blessing, although I was trapped for tens of thousands of years, I still succeeded. Not only did I obtain the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon, but I also obtained the Undying Sword Soul. Once I cultivate the ancient heavenly art, I will definitely become an invincible demon sovereign. Listening to the blood demon's somewhat deranged mutterings, Yi Fei was horrified to discover that the place the blood demon wanted to go was actually the Blood Sea. That place used to be a Buddhist sea where countless Buddhist experts lived. Unfortunately, in order to suppress the blood demon, the Buddhist sea had turned into blood. Countless Buddhist masters, including the powerful Chan monastery of Devanaga, had all been destroyed. I wonder if this is the rumored enemy from beyond heaven of the 6 sacred sects? Yi Fei felt that there were too many questions in his mind. However, now was clearly not the time for him to ask questions. The mutterings only lasted for a moment. Realizing he had lost his composure, the blood demon recovered from his deranged state very soon. Afterwards, he sat down in the air amidst the corpses strewn across the ground. Below him were the pulverized corpses of a few evil demon martial emperors. Afterwards, these corpses shattered and vanished under the blood demon's powerful pressure. The several thousand evil demon disciples of the Shadow Demon sect had all vanished, even though the Shadow Demon sect was just as infamous as the Blood Demon sect in the Dragon Head world. However, when he saw several thousand martial saints and martial emperors instantly slain by the blood demon, Yi Fei still felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. He knew that the blood demon was only willing to tell him so much because he knew he could not escape from the blood demon's grasp. Once this old demon regains his consciousness, he will definitely kill me and take over my body. Before that, I have to merge with the Undying Sword Soul. Even if I can't merge with it, even if I can only gain complete control of it for a moment, I am confident that I can kill this old demon. Yi Fei's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression became even more deranged. In fact, it was not difficult to awaken and command the Undying Sword Soul. The most difficult part was controlling the destructive power that the Undying Sword Soul emitted. It was like a bomb. While it could kill the enemy, it could also kill the user. It was very likely that it could even destroy the surrounding space. What Yi Fei needed to do now was to completely control the Undying Sword Soul and control its destructive power. He only needed to destroy the enemy, not himself or the world. The human race is really stupid. The blood demon naturally sensed Yi Fei's actions. He was extremely disdainful. Even when he was cultivating, he used his consciousness to firmly suppress Yi Fei and the Undying Sword Soul. This way, even if Yi Fei tried 1,000,000 times, he would not be able to control the Undying Sword Soul. Unless a miracle happened and the blood demon suppression of Yi Fei's consciousness loosened completely. But how was that possible? The blood demon shook his head and no longer paid attention to Yi Fei. This demon, who had previously killed and set fires, was now as solemn as an old monk. Although the Buddha light did not appear in his mind, a layer of incomparably huge light of merit appeared. Just as the blood demon had said, killing people was his merit. Along the way, the blood demon had killed countless people and gained a lot of merit. At this moment, he gathered all this merit and formed a faint golden halo. He slowly infused it into Yi Fei's sky dragon golden body. After receiving the nourishment of this power of merit, Yi Fei's sky dragon golden body became even more majestic. From afar, it looked like 8 golden dragons were prostrating before Yi Fei. However, the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon that the blood demon cultivated was clearly different from the Buddhist sects. The Buddhist golden body focused on defense and was lacking in offense. On the other hand, the sky dragon golden body that the blood demon cultivated had removed the Buddha light and only infused merit and demonic nature. The 8 heavenly dragons were instantly filled with murderous intent. The sky dragon golden body also changed from focusing on defense to a sharp killing technique. In Yi Fei's eyes, the 8 golden dragons were no longer heavenly dragons, but golden demonic dragons that were crazily battling. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. It was also the 8 heavenly dragons' notes, but it was no longer simply stunning the opponent. It was also infused with murderous intent, turning the dragon's roar into a killing sound. With just a roar, the entire mountain gate of the Demon sect had already collapsed. Following that, 7 dragons' roars sounded, and the entire world showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, the blood demon also became solemn and dignified. He did not even care about continuing to suppress Yi Fei's consciousness. Instead, he gathered most of his strength and summoned a total of 8 strange symbols from his demonic blood. Soon after, these symbols evolved into a mysterious pattern of 8 symbols that slowly and painstakingly infused into the demonic dragon. That is the 8 trigrams. Chapter 1332. The Holy Sun's Assassination. 8 trigrams? Ignorant fool, this is the 8 extremities. It represents the 8 ultimate powers of the heavens and earth. As long as these powers are combined, even the great demon lord above the 9 heavens can be easily killed by me. The blood demon laughed coldly. He was not afraid that Yi Fei would spy on him cultivating the immemorial heaven skill. After all, in the eyes of the blood demon, no matter how strong the human race was, they were still ants that the demon gods could crush at any time. More to look carefully. This is the real sky dragon's 8 extremities, the immemorial heaven skill. The blood demon opened his mouth and shouted. He activated all the power of the demon blood and infused it into the mysterious diagram. In the process, the 8 extremities diagram that Yi Fei saw gradually became clearer. To his surprise, he discovered that the blood demon had not hesitated to be suppressed for tens of thousands of years to obtain the immemorial heavenly art. It was actually the 8 trigrams that he was very familiar with. In fact, through the blurry characters on the mysterious diagram, he could even deduce the meaning of the symbols. Sky Force Qian, Earth Force Kuan, Wind Thunder, Shake Du, the blood demon chanted. Following his voice, the symbols started to become clearer. Finally, when one of the symbols became clear, the blood demon became excited and shouted. He grabbed the symbol and imprinted it on the forehead of one of the golden demon dragons. Sky Dragon's 8 extremities. It could kill gods and slay devils. Every symbol it condensed represented a kind of extreme power. Now, I will infuse the blood demon realm into it. From now on, it is no longer a sky dragon, but a blood dragon. It represents the power of my blood demon. Boom! The blood demon released his own realm. It was a bright, blood-red world that was many times stronger than Yi Fei's Tai Chi realm. After all, the blood demon was a demon god. What he controlled was naturally a complete realm. You humans are too weak. In our demon god clan, even a child can easily comprehend a complete realm in the martial sage realm. You can't even comprehend half of it. You're too weak. Otherwise, I could have infused your Tai Chi realm into the golden body and doubled the power of the immemorial heaven skill. When the blood demon saw the mysterious runes that he couldn't understand gradually fuse into the sky dragon, he was excited. Then, there was a faint trace of anger. What did you say? My Tai Chi realm can be fused into the sky dragon? Yi Fei was shocked. This immemorial heaven extremity art could fuse multiple realms? Is that strange? Every immemorial heaven skill, the heavenly skill, the heaven skill, the heaven skill is the heaven skill. As for the heavenly dragon's 8 extremities, it required the fusion of 8 different domains before it could be considered a success. Furthermore, this is the immemorial heaven's skill. Seeing that his blood demon realm had successfully fused with the sky dragon, the blood demon was in a good mood. He made an exception and answered Yi Fei's question. He also wanted to use this method to attack Yi Fei and weaken Yi Fei's resistance. However, even though he knew that the blood demon was up to no good, Yi Fei was still shocked by the power of this immemorial heaven skill. One must know that a complete realm could increase the power of a martial skill by 10 times. If 8 realms were to be used together, wouldn't one be invincible? More importantly, the one who had cultivated this immemorial heaven skill was the blood demon, who had a strong sense of disdain and enmity towards the human race. No, once the blood demon succeeds in cultivating this heaven skill, I will not be able to resist. I must fuse with the undying sword soul before the blood demon succeeds in cultivating this heaven skill. Yi Fei was determined. His eyes flashed with a terrifying green light. Then, he started to call for the undying sword soul. His consciousness formed an invisible bridge. The continuous attacks on the undying sword soul had created a strong impact. Of course, the blood demon noticed Yi Fei's actions. He sneered in disdain. "Foolish mortal, you have failed thousands of times, but you still refuse to give up. However, this is also good. Continue to struggle in vain. The more you struggle, the happier I will be." "Ha ha!" The blood demon laughed wildly. However, under the pressure of Yi Fei, he started to speed up the process of fusing the sky dragon and the blood demon realm. Now that they were in the same body, Yi Fei and the blood demon had no secrets to hide. Both of them knew that they were competing in time. If Yi Fei fused with the undying sword soul first, he would be able to fully activate the undying sword soul's power and break free. He could even turn the tables and suppress the blood demon. Similarly, if the blood demon succeeded in cultivating the primordial heaven skill first, even if he did not recover his strength, he could still use the power of the primordial heaven skill to completely suppress the undying sword soul. He could even wipe out Yi Fei's consciousness and completely take over Yi Fei's body. However, the blood demon was very confident. He cultivated the primordial heaven skill smoothly. On the other hand, Yi Fei's attempt to fuse with the undying sword soul was futile. "Qin Weiyang, are you sure that the demon Yi Fei is hiding in the Yin Demon sect?" Outside the Yin Demon sect's mountain gate, for youths suddenly walked in. In the end, the blood demon had underestimated the human race. Although he had controlled Yi Fei to kill everyone along the way and did his best to leave no one alive, such a big move could not be hidden from the other demons in the Dragon Head realm. After some investigation, the demons quickly found the culprit in Yi Fei's tracks. However, the ones who rushed over this time were not demons, but Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng. Ever since they escaped from the ancestral dragon's abyss in a sorry state, Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng were very unwilling to give up. Thus, they continued to wander in the Dragon Head realm, looking for an opportunity to kill Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei had ruined the Legalism School's capture of Xiao Qiao and even killed the Legalism School's martial emperor. Fa Wudao, who had always been arrogant, naturally would not tolerate it. At the same time, Yi Fei not only killed Jin Pabai, but also Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a member of the Lu family, so Lu Rufeng naturally could not tolerate it. Qin Weiyang was the holy son of the Heavenly Policy Academy. He looked at the Yin Demon sect's broken mountain gate and said in a grave tone, "My Heavenly Policy Academy's heavenly policy technique is best at prediction. If my prediction is correct, Yi Fei should be hiding in the Yin Demon sect. Then what are we waiting for? Kill that bastard Yi Fei." The last one to roar was a handsome red-clothed youth. His name was Hua Qinxiu, and he was the former holy son of the Heavenly Law Academy. The reason why he was the former was that not long ago, Hua Qinxiu had tried to pester Zhao Yu. With Zhao Yu's temper, he naturally took turns to deal with Hua Qinxiu. He directly defeated Hua Qinxiu and seized his position as the holy son. Hua Qinxiu had no face to stay in the heavenly court, so he could only go to the Dragon Head realm to train. Chapter 1333. Opportunity Hua Qinxiu didn't intend to reconcile. After knowing that both Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng wanted to kill Yi Fei, he didn't think twice and immediately joined the Saint Prince's plan to kill Yi Fei. "Brother Hua, this isn't appropriate. Yi Fei saved many disciples of our Heavenly Law Academy and Heavenly Policy Academy. His contribution is great and cannot be erased. That's why the deans ordered me to reconcile with Yi Fei. Qin Wuyang said hypocritically. He thought of the North Fist Emperor, Dongfang Yu, who dared to ignore his prestige in the Heavenly Policy Academy. However, Dongfang Yu's performance was outstanding and he was favored by one of the deans, so Qin Wuyang couldn't do anything. Coincidentally, he heard that Dongfang Yu and Yi Fei were friends. Thus, he volunteered to come to the Dragon Head world to represent the Heavenly Policy Academy and reconcile with Yi Fei. Hua Qianxiu saw through Qin Wuyang's hypocrisy and said coldly, "What's wrong? Yi Fei saving the disciples of the four academies can be considered a small contribution. However, he killed tens of thousands of people and cultivated an evil art. This is a big mistake. A small contribution can't make up for a big mistake. It's reasonable for us to kill this outer sea bastard." Fa Wudao and Lu Rufeng exchanged glances. They understood that Hua Qianxiu was in such a hurry to kill Yi Fei because he wanted to attack Zhao Yu and take back the Saint Prince position. However, they were smart people and didn't point it out. Lu Rufeng was even more righteous and said in a deep voice, "Senior brothers, Yi Fei has a deep demonic nature. This time, we're not targeting him because he betrayed the four academies. We're doing this for the common people of the Dragon Head world. We're killing this demon." That's right. Yi Fei has already fallen into the demonic path. In order to cultivate an evil art, he killed and set fires everywhere. I heard that he even betrayed the San Luo temple that kindly took him in. As the leaders of the younger generation, we should eliminate this kind of disloyal and unrighteous demon. We'll kill him quickly. Fa Wu Dao was the last to speak. Surprisingly, he was also sanctimonious. The four geniuses smiled knowingly at each other. Seeing that they had reached a consensus, the four of them walked together into the broken mountain gate of the Yin demon sect. Then they saw the blood demon sitting cross-legged in the middle of the square, as well as the mighty golden demonic dragon, as well as the terrifying aura emanating from the demonic dragon. That aura caused Lu Rufeng and the others to feel a sense of dread. Then, Pathless Fa flew into a rage. He pointed at Yi Fei and scolded, "Look at this demon. He's filled with demonic qi. He's killing people to cultivate demonic techniques. I originally came here for the sake of reconciliation. Who would have thought that Brother Yi has already fallen to such a state? Seems like I, Qin Wuyang, have no choice but to act and eliminate this demon." Qin Wuyang sighed in pity. But when he saw Yi Fei's aura, that was even more terrifying than when he cultivated the ultimate arts of the Sacred Academy, his eyes flashed with jealousy and greed. "These lowly commoners deserve to die," shouted Hua Qianxiu furiously. He was a member of the Hua clan, one of the largest clans in the Central Continent. The former South Spear Emperor was from the Hua clan. "Senior brothers, don't waste your breath on this demon. Let's just kill him." Lu Rufeng's face was ferocious. The moment he saw Yi Fei, he had already used his uncanny skills. A huge battle axe appeared in the void, as if it was going to split the heavens and the earth. At the same time, it was going to kill Yi Fei's soul. Kill! Lawless Fa also attacked. A huge fate wheel appeared behind him. Then, the fate wheel turned into a blood wheel and a blood moon. It was going to kill Yi Fei. Kill the demon. Qin Wuyang's face was indifferent, but his attacks were ruthless. He waved a monarch weapon and hammered the sky. A terrifying beam of lightning descended from the sky. "Bastard from the outer sea, you all deserve to die." Hua Qianxiu recalled the humiliation of being defeated by Zhao Yu in one move. He immediately hated all the outer sea cultivators. His anger soared. Endless flames turned into a burning furnace. It was going to swallow Yi Fei and refine him alive. At this time, it was the most critical moment for the blood demon to cultivate the primordial heaven art. Originally, seeing the blood demon cultivate so quickly, Yi Fei had already despaired. He had already begun to consider how to perish together with this old devil. Who would have thought that Lu Rufeng and the others would find him and attack him as soon as they met? If it had been in the past, he would have been furious. But now, Yi Fei felt that whether it was Lu Rufeng, Lawless, or the two unknown young men, the more ruthless they attacked him, the happier he would be. Brother Lu, Brother Fa, and those two brothers, you're all good people. Thank you for buying time for me. Thank you for giving me a chance to fuse with the sword soul. Yi Fei's eyes flashed. Just as Blood Demon's cultivation of the immemorial heaven technique was advancing by leaps and bounds, Yi Fei was not the only one who felt threatened. Even the undying sword soul seemed to feel a great threat. After failing more than 3,900 times, the undying sword soul did not resist Yi Fei's attempt to control it for the first time. From the sword soul, Yi Fei could clearly feel that the sword soul's consciousness was unwilling, but there was also a hint of reluctance to compromise. Sensing this fluctuation, Yi Fei saw a chance to turn the situation around and get rid of Blood Demon. But Blood Demon was too cunning. Even if he was fully focused on cultivating the immemorial heaven technique, he still kept a close eye on Yi Fei's every move. Yi Fei knew that once he made a move and showed signs of being able to fuse with the sword soul, Blood Demon would definitely give up on cultivating the immemorial heaven technique and concentrate all his strength to completely suppress him. Therefore, Yi Fei had been waiting and enduring. His face was constantly sighing with a look of futile despair to deceive Blood Demon's consciousness. Blood Demon was indeed deceived by Yi Fei's facade. Seeing that the undying sword soul did not respond to Yi Fei, and Yi Fei was still persisting like an idiot, Blood Demon secretly laughed at Yi Fei's stupidity and let down his guard. Just as he was about to put in all his effort and cultivate the primordial heaven art in one go, suddenly, for ants who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth rushed in from outside and immediately launched a fatal attack on him. Blood Demon could not be blamed for being careless. In fact, part of his consciousness was used to suppress Yi Fei and the undying sword soul, while the other part was fully focused on cultivating the immemorial heaven technique. He no longer had any spare energy to pay attention to the situation around him. This gave Lu Rufeng and the others the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Boom! 4 terrifying attacks instantly engulfed Blood Demon, who was fully focused on cultivating. Lu Rufeng and the others were excited. Fa Wudao clapped his hands in joy. Great! We finally killed this brat. When I bring his head back later, the ancestor will definitely value me more. He's finally dead. Kiki, Xiaoyu, don't think that I don't know that Yi Fei is the biggest flaw in your cultivation of the way of the Great Oblivion. Now that you've killed him, you'll never be able to reach perfection. Huachinchio's expression was joyful, but when he thought of the woman he valued being taken by Yi Fei first, his expression became exceptionally ferocious. It's good that he's dead. With him dead, the true martial sacred institution will also suffer a heavy blow, and this declining institution will soon be removed from the sacred institution. Lu Rufeng and Qin Wuyang exchanged glances and saw the smugness in each other's eyes. They were very confident that the combined sneak attack of the 3 saints and the young master of the school of legalism was enough to instantly kill a perfected martial king, let alone Yi Fei. Chapter 1334. Fusion. Just as Lu Rufeng and the other 3's attacks landed, the Blood Demon's cultivation of the immemorial heaven technique had reached the most crucial point. The Blood Demon had completely fused his Blood Demon realm with the heavenly dragon golden body, turning one of the heavenly dragons into a blood dragon that was filled with the Blood Demon's power. He was only one step away, which was to refine the blood dragon into a special symbol in the 8 extremities pattern that he could not understand. Then, he would have taken the first step in cultivating the atavistic heaven art. It would only be a matter of time before he broke through the martial god realm and became a demon emperor. How could the Blood Demon have imagined that at this critical moment, for lowly ants would dare to rush over and ambush him? They had even interrupted the last step of his cultivation of the primordial heaven art. Although he could continue cultivating this step in the future, the Blood Demon was still infuriated. He had already used up half of the demon blood's power. The remaining half of his strength was needed to suppress Yi Fei and the undying sword soul. Previously, The blood demon was still mocking Yi Fei for not being able to get up no matter how hard he struggled under his suppression. However, Lu Rufeng and the other three immediately jumped out and slapped the blood demon's face. The blood demon had no choice but to withdraw the power that was suppressing Yi Fei to block the fatal attacks of Lu Rufeng and the other three. Therefore, just as Lu Rufeng and the other three were secretly pleased with themselves and thought that they had killed Yi Fei, a scarlet blood demon realm suddenly rushed out from the dust that filled the sky. Yes, the blood demon had rushed out unscathed. He was a powerful demon god after all. Even though he only had the power of a drop of demon blood, the blood demon's strength was still terrifying. At the same time, Yi Fei's face was filled with rage. Lowly ants of the human race, all of you must die. The blood demon was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Yi Fei could feel that his entire body was trembling and his blood was surging. However, this was a good thing. The stronger the blood demon's aura was, the greater the threat Lu Rufeng and the others posed to the blood demon. Yi Fei's eyes lit up when he sensed that the black lotus that had been suppressing him had been converted into energy and drawn out by the blood demon. Without the suppression of the black lotus, his consciousness would not be trapped. Without being trapped, he would have the best opportunity to get close to the undying sword soul and then control it. This might be his only chance to defeat the blood demon and turn defeat into victory. Without any hesitation, Yi Fei did not rush out of his Dantian space to fight for control of his body. Even if he did, it would be useless. The consciousness of a martial sage could not compare to that of a martial emperor. Therefore, Yi Fei chose the fastest and riskiest move. That was to charge towards the golden sword shadow that was emitting a destructive aura not too far away. Undying sword soul, fuse with me. Yi Fei's consciousness roared. Swoosh! The sword's soul whistled fiercely. However, it was no longer a compromise. It was resisting. Yi Fei was stunned. He quickly understood that the blood demon's cultivation of the primordial heaven technique had been interrupted and the suppression on the undying sword soul had weakened. This made the undying sword soul feel temporarily safe. After all, the sword soul only had emotions. It could not think like a human. Once the threat was removed, the sword soul naturally resisted Yi Fei's control. Obviously, Yi Fei was still unable to gain the recognition of the undying sword soul. He could use the undying sword soul to increase his strength, but he could not control the undying sword soul and become its master. Ha ha, foolish human. Do you think that I am not prepared? The undying sword soul is an inanimate object. As long as there is no threat, it will not be controlled by anyone, even if you are its master. The blood demon smiled sinisterly. After all, he was an old demon who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He was extremely cunning. However, the fact that Yi Fei could reach a compromise with the undying sword soul still shocked the blood demon. A sense of panic rose in his heart. I can't give this brat any chance. I can't give him even the slightest chance. The great demon lord once warned us that although the human race is weak, there will always be some people who can create miracles. Thinking of this, the blood demon no longer held back. The moment he rushed out of the smoke, he had already made a move to kill. He directly swung a terrifying blood-red saber at Lu Rufeng and the others. Boom! Lu Rufeng and the others only came to their senses when the blood-red saber slashed out. Yi Fei is not dead. He actually blocked our combined sneak attack. Be careful. There is something wrong with this Yi Fei. His aura is very strange. I can't predict his future. Qin Wuyong suddenly exclaimed in shock. What answered him was the blood demon's tyrannical roar. Foolish ants. You want to predict the future of this god with your superficial prophecy magic? Go to hell. Sensing that Qin Wuyong was the weakest, the blood-red saber slashed at his body first. With a cracking sound, the Imperial Warhammer in Qin Wuyong's hand had already shattered into pieces. My Imperial weapon. Qin Wuyong's eyes were red. He was extremely angry. He even ignored his injuries and attacked the blood demon again. Die. The blood demon sneered. He completely released his blood demon domain and slashed forward. With one slash, Qin Wuyong's head was split in half. A saint had died a tragic death just like that. Lu Rufeng and the others' expressions changed greatly. Their hearts were filled with fear. They couldn't believe that Yi Fei had become so powerful in such a short time. Of course, they didn't know that the one controlling Yi Fei's body was the blood demon. Since the Dark Azura Hall had released the blood demon, they were afraid that it would cause public anger and didn't dare to spread this news. Therefore, Lu Rufeng and the others didn't know what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. However, seeing the blood demon kill Qin Wuyong with one slash, the three of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. They suddenly had the thought of retreating. However, before they could retreat, the blood demon, who had just killed one of them, had already furiously slashed out 3 more blood-red sabers. He wanted to instantly kill the 3 young geniuses. Realizing the blood demon's intentions, Yi Fei was also shocked. He cursed in his heart, "You guys are saints, but you guys were killed with one slash. No, I can't let the blood demon kill them all." Once the blood demon killed all these people, he would turn around and deal with Yi Fei with all his strength. It could be said that Yi Fei was now in the same boat as Lu Rufeng and the others. Thinking of this, a ruthless look suddenly flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. He deliberately shouted at the blood demon, "Blood demon, you forced me to do this. Now, I will completely merge with the undying sword soul." Boom! Yi Fei's words were earth-shattering. It scared the blood demon out of his wits. The blood-red saber he released suddenly collapsed. He was afraid that Yi Fei would create a miracle and merge with the undying sword soul when he wasn't paying attention. He didn't even care about killing Lu Rufeng and the others. He hurriedly withdrew all his qi and blood and released the Black Lotus. He planned to completely suppress Yi Fei first. Fa Wu Dao sensed something. There's something wrong with this Yi Fei. Who cares if there's something wrong with him? How long has it been? This bastard can already kill a saint. If we give him a little more time, he will trample on our heads. Fear flashed across Hua Qianqiu's eyes as he recalled the humiliation of being defeated by Zhao Yu in one move. His eyes suddenly became ferocious. It was enough that there was one Zhao Yu in this world. He would never allow a second one. We have to kill this person. Lu Rufeng's face was solemn. He hurriedly cheered them on. Don't worry. Yi Fei must have been cultivating a demonic art. He must have suffered from qi deviation after being interrupted by us. Let's kill him while he's down. If we don't kill him now, he won't let us go in the future. Yes, kill him. Let's go together. Qin Wuyong was just unlucky to be ambushed. Fa Wu Dao and Hua Qianqiu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. They were, after all, the most outstanding young geniuses in the Central State. Qin Wuyong's death didn't make them cower. Instead, it made them even more determined to kill Yi Fei. Chapter 1335. Sword Spirit Mastery. Unfortunately, Lu Rufeng and the other 2 did not know Yi Fei's current state. They only thought that Yi Fei had fallen into qi deviation after being disturbed by them while cultivating demonic techniques. This kind of situation was very likely to happen. After all, just now, the 4 of them had joined forces to launch their strongest attack. It was a sneak attack without any warning. Even if Yi Fei did not die, he would definitely have suffered a huge backlash. And when Yi Fei attacked halfway, his martial arts suddenly dissipated. This was another proof that he had gone berserk. At this moment, Lu Rufeng and the other 2 naturally wanted to take advantage of Yi Fei's crisis to beat him while he was down. They wanted to kill Yi Fei while he was possessed. Yi Fei, you are a sinner. Today, I, Lu Rufeng, will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and slay a demon like you. Lu Rufeng's divine might was vast and mighty, and a giant deity walked out from behind him. It held a huge axe in its hand and slashed forward. Qin Wuyong, you died so miserably. Now I'll avenge you. Hua Qianqiu and Qin Wuyong had a good relationship. Seeing Qin Wuyong die so miserably, Hua Qianqiu was truly enraged. He quickly took out an imperial weapon. It shone brightly as he brandished it, causing the sky to tremble and the clouds to shatter. Kill. We can't let a mortal surpass us. F.A. Wudao's expression was arrogant. A shiny silver wheel appeared in his hand. It was also a monarch weapon. He slashed at Yi Fei. Obviously, the scene of Yi Fei instantly killing Qin Weiyang had also provoked Lu Rufeng and the other two, causing them to take out all their trump cards. Within his Dantian space, Yi Fei could feel the terrifying degree of the three people's attacks. But he wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was overjoyed. This was the effect he wanted. As long as Lu Rufeng and the other two's attacks are more powerful, the Blood Demon won't be able to deal with me. That way, I'll have more time to merge with the undying Sword Soul. Determination flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the Blood Demon was getting stronger and stronger. If he didn't fight to the death, only death would await him. Suddenly, Yi Fei's consciousness went completely crazy. Blood Demon had once said that the undying Sword Soul would only compromise when it sensed danger. Therefore, as long as Blood Demon controlled the power of the suppression within a safe range that the undying Sword Soul could accept, he didn't have to worry about the undying Sword Soul falling under Yi Fei's control. In response, Yi Fei quickly thought of a way to deal with this. That was to break through this safe zone and make the undying Sword Soul feel threatened again. Then, he would force the undying Sword Soul to merge with him. But what could he do to make the undying Sword Soul feel threatened? The Blood Demon would definitely not seek his own death. If he could make the undying Sword Soul feel threatened, Yi Fei would only have one option left. He had to create a crisis himself. The Blood Demon said that I am the owner of the undying Sword Soul. If the owner is in danger, or even on the verge of being destroyed, how will the undying Sword Soul react? Will it compromise and recognize me as its owner? Yi Fei's eyes gradually turned crazy. He didn't care what the outcome would be. However, this was worth a gamble. If he won, he would have a chance to turn the tables. If he lost, he would just die. Rather than being tortured to death by the Blood Demon, I would rather be destroyed by the undying Sword Soul. This time, it is worth my risk. Undying Sword Soul, merge with me. Once again, Yi Fei received a strong rejection from the undying Sword Soul. This time, he didn't give up. You can reject me, but I can force you. With a clear hint of madness and determination, Yi Fei's consciousness suddenly turned into a ray of light and charged towards the undying Sword Soul. Boom! Seeing that Yi Fei didn't agree, the undying Sword Soul was clearly enraged. A terrifying aura of destruction destroyed part of the seals left by the Blood Demon. Then, it crushed towards Yi Fei's consciousness. This brat is crazy. The Blood Demon looked at this scene in shock. Facing the enraged Sword Soul, this time, his consciousness didn't even dare to rush into the Dantian space to suppress Yi Fei. However, this is good too. Let this brat be destroyed by the Sword Soul. This way, I can effortlessly obtain this body and become the new owner of the Sword Soul. Sometimes the stupidity of humans is a good thing. Ha ha! The Blood Demon directly ignored Yi Fei as he sensed the undying Sword Soul's intense resistance that even a martial emperor would be afraid of. From the Blood Demon's point of view, if the probability of Yi Fei merging with the Sword Soul was 1%, then the probability of Lu Rufeng and the other two killing him while he was weak was close to 50%. The cunning Blood Demon quickly made his decision. Kill. The motionless Yi Fei suddenly roared in a demonic voice. The Blood Demon was enraged. He controlled Yi Fei's body and slashed out a terrifying blood saber. Bang! The blood saber easily shattered Hua Qianqiu's emperor weapon. Then, Hua Qianqiu's head flew off. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief before he died. How could he be so strong? Persevere, I must persevere. Even if my consciousness is destroyed by the Sword Soul, it's better than dying in the hands of the Blood Demon. Sword Soul, I know you can hear me. Merge with me. It's good for both of us. Otherwise, you can destroy me and find new owner. You've helped me a lot over the years. We're like brothers. You've eaten my food, lived in my house, and recognized me as your owner. Is it so difficult? Yi Fei shouted himself hoarse. He started to play the emotional card. Boom! What answered him was the whistling of the sword chi. The sword soul's anger clearly appeared in his heart, warning him to stop his dangerous actions. Yifei smiled miserably, and his gaze became fierce. I'm about to die, and you still refuse. Then come and destroy me. I don't believe that you'll have a good life after I, the host, die. At most, we'll break up, charge over, and get on top of it. Tui, control it. Yifei cursed angrily. His consciousness continued to move forward. He even used his hand to grab the immortal sword soul's sword hilt. Then he felt a destructive aura fill his entire Dantian space. It even filled his Dantian space to the point that it was about to explode. Under the impact of this destructive sword chi, Yifei's consciousness was like a torch in the wind. It quickly weakened and became blurry. The intense pain of his consciousness being destroyed almost scared him out of his wits. However, Yifei didn't retreat. He still stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword hilt in front of him. Boom! The immortal sword soul was even more furious. The whistling sword chi suddenly blew Yifei's consciousness from a torch to a weak candlelight. If Yifei dared to make the next move, it wouldn't hesitate to destroy Yifei completely. However, Yifei still didn't retreat. He still stretched out his hand. His consciousness went from clear to blurry. In the end, it became a speck of light that was about to collapse at any time. His hand still stretched forward unwaveringly. He tightly grasped the immortal sword soul's sword hilt. However, this time, the immortal sword soul didn't continue to destroy Yifei's consciousness. Instead, it transmitted a sense of fear and confusion. Obviously, even the immortal sword soul was afraid of Yifei's suicidal actions. Chapter 1336. Nine Heavens Sword Master, you win. The moment Yifei took control of the sword soul, a clear female voice came from the sword soul. The voice sounded helpless and speechless. Yifei's tired face was filled with shock. How is this possible? The undying sword soul can speak? And it's a woman's voice. The blood demon, who was fighting outside, felt the hair on Yifei's body stand on end. However, he was too busy chasing after Wu Dao Fa and Lu Ruffing to pay attention to Yifei's situation. But when he felt Yifei's energy center, which was about to explode, and the destructive sword chi inside, the blood demon laughed heartily. What a foolish human. He actually wants to control the sword soul. You have to know, that is an existence that even the great demon lord doesn't dare to dream of controlling. Run. He's not Yifei. He's definitely not Yifei. He's a demon. A demon has taken over Yifei's body. Wu Dao Fa and Lu Ruffeng were filled with fear. The first time Qin Weiyang was killed, they thought it was an accident. After all, the blood demon had launched a sneak attack. But when they saw the blood demon kill Hua Qinxiu, who had an emperor weapon, with a single slash, they were dumbfounded. Even the slowest person would have realized that the person in front of them couldn't possibly be Yifei. If Yifei was so strong, he would have killed them all in the ancestral dragon abyss. Therefore, Lu Ruffeng and Fa Wu Dao had no choice but to flee. A cruel glint flashed across the blood demon's eyes. If I let you escape and attract more human ants, I'll be able to cultivate in peace. Go to hell. Kaboom. The blood demon controlled Yifei's body and chased after Lu Ruffeng. The blood-red saber carried the power to destroy space. With a single slash, it cut Lu Ruffeng and his deity into two. Even so, Lu Ruffeng was still alive. Half of his body fell to the ground. His heart was filled with deep regret and fear. Then he saw his blood turn into a blood python that swallowed him whole. Why not? The woman's voice sounded amused and helpless at the same time. Hearing this kind of laughter, Yifei felt his hair stand on end and his heart turn cold. He resisted the fear of seeing a ghost and continued to ask, "Are you a sword spirit or a senior?" Seemingly understanding Yifei's worries, the woman said in a somewhat speechless manner, "I am a memory from the sword soul, a memory of the Nine Heavens Sword Master. Nine Heavens Sword Master. Yi Fei was shocked. This name sounded extremely domineering. Could it be that this sword spirit belongs to the Nine Heavens Sword Master? Why does it exist in my body? I've already said that I'm just a memory. My existence is to let the person who awakened the sword spirit know the origin of the sword spirit, and then head to the Nine Heavens to find the sword master and obtain the inheritance. I don't know anything else. Does that mean that if I master the undying sword soul, I will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Nine Heavens Sword Master? Yi Fei was pleasantly surprised. If he could obtain the inheritance of a sword master, he would not have to worry about the blood demon. He would kill this old demon with a single slash. This is also the reason why I am helpless. You were chosen by the sword spirit as the 10th heaven abandoned body. According to the sword master's law, the heaven abandoned body needs to be in the heavenly venerable realm to awaken the sword spirit inheritance. It's a pity that the other 9 have all died below the martial royal realm. The woman sighed helplessly. Then, she said in a strange tone, "You are the only one who used a violent method that was close to self-destruction to force the sword spirit to recognize you. You also destroyed the inheritance memory that I left in the sword spirit. Does that mean that I won't be able to obtain the inheritance?" Hearing this bad news, Yi Fei wanted to spit out blood. His method was not gentle enough. He did not cause any damage at all. Sister Sword Spirit, can't you make an exception? Yi Fei was very anxious. He was still waiting to obtain the inheritance of the Nine Heavens Sword Master and then kill the blood demon. The woman sighed again, but her voice was much lower than before. It's impossible. The price of forcefully awakening the sword spirit is that my inheritance memory will be completely destroyed. Perhaps when you become a heavenly venerable and enter the 9 heavens, perhaps there's still a chance to find. Her voice became lower and lower until it disappeared completely. Yi Fei was first in a daze, then in a daze. In the end, it turned into endless depression and anger. What a great opportunity! The inheritance could only be awakened when one reached the heavenly venerable realm. What a shocking inheritance! In the end, because his method was not gentle enough, he missed it by a hair's breadth. Although he did this purely to gain control of the indestructible sword spirit and get rid of the blood demon's control, Yi Fei was still very depressed. Then, he turned all this depression into anger and vented it on the blood demon. Damn blood demon, what a great opportunity! You destroyed it just like that. If I don't kill you, I'll write the name Yi Fei upside down. After sensing the sword spirit again and again, other than the endless destructive sword chi, he could not find any trace of memory or inheritance. Yi Fei was enraged and his eyes turned red. The first thing he did after gaining control of the sword spirit was to use the immortal force stored in it to quickly recover his almost destroyed consciousness. This time, the indestructible sword spirit did not resist and cooperated fully. However, Yi Fei tragically realized that gaining control of the sword spirit in advance had a huge side effect. That was, he still could not use the power of the sword spirit. With his current strength, he could only use 1/100,000 of the destructive aura. If he exceeded this limit, he and the indestructible sword spirit would be destroyed at the same time. Forget it, 1/100,000 is enough to turn things around. After all, this was a treasure that could only be used by heavenly venerables. He was only a martial sage, and it was already shocking that he could control it. I wonder if 1/100,000 of the sword spirit's power is enough to kill the blood demon. Yi Fei felt that he had recovered his consciousness. Yi Fei immediately released his spiritual consciousness and started to observe the battle outside. The process of Yi Fei merging with the sword spirit seemed to take a long time. However, it actually happened in a few breaths' time. The blood demon outside had never dreamed that Yi Fei would use such a violent method to forcefully activate the power of the sword spirit. Even the demon master did not dare to touch it. When Yi Fei released his spiritual consciousness and looked outside, he saw the blood demon holding the large blood saber and killing Lu Ruffin. Then, he rushed towards Fa Wu Dao. Although Yifei had expected this, he was still shocked. How was this possible? The holy sons of the three holy academies are all dead. Even Fa Wu Dao cannot escape. Then, Yifei saw the blood demon take control of his body and use the large blood saber to destroy Fa Wu Dao's life wheel. Then, the saber pierced through Fa Wu Dao's body. Fa Wu Dao widened his eyes in fear. He had not expected that a genius like him would die so easily. The legalist will never let you go. Bam! Fa Wu Dao's body exploded. All the blood in his body was refined into a drop of golden blood that fell into the blood demon's palm. The special blood of these three humans is not bad. After I refine them, I can immediately cultivate three powerful blood ancestors to conquer this world for me. Chapter 1337. Kill him. Lu Rufeng is dead. So is tyrannical Fa. And Qin Wuyong and Hua Qianxiu. Yifei stared blankly at the blood demon's arrogant display of power. He suddenly realized that the blood demon was using his body. In other words, the three sacred courts and the legalism school of magic might very well blame him for this. Thinking of this, Yifei felt like tearing the blood demon apart. However, he didn't act rashly. Lu Rufeng and the other three were all super geniuses who could fight him, but they'd all been cut down like vegetables by the blood demon. Not to mention that the blood ancestor was still controlling his body. If he rashly clashed with the blood demon now, and the blood ancestor did something crazy, such as destroying his primordial spirit, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. No, even if I control the undying sword soul, I can't act rashly. Even if I want to deal with the blood demon, I have to make sure my body pays the smallest price. Yifei quickly made up his mind. Wasn't the blood demon a wily old fox who turned into a black lotus and ruthlessly tricked him? All right, every dog has its day. Just wait and see. Yifei was really going all out this time. The blood demon was immersed in the joy of killing and refining the special bloodlines of tyrannical Fa and the other three. While the blood demon's consciousness wasn't paying attention, Yifei immediately had the undying sword soul release a terrifying aura of destruction. Then his eyes flashed with madness as he continued his previous actions. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of the undying sword soul, ignoring the destruction of his consciousness. In response, the undying sword soul immediately released a strong wave of anger and destruction. This time, the whistling, destructive sword qi tore a terrifying crack in Yifei's dantian. However, Yifei felt that this wasn't enough. His trick of injuring himself had to be real. Otherwise, the wily old demon would definitely notice something wrong and see through it. As long as I can trick the old demon and then kill him, it'll be worth it no matter how painful it is. Undying sword soul, continue erasing my consciousness. Yifei let out a blood-curdling scream. This was not an act. It was the pain of having one's consciousness wiped out. It was too painful. He once again felt the intense pain of his soul being torn apart. However, Yifei still endured it. A vicious light flashed through the depths of his painful eyes. Damned old devil. I don't believe that such a masochistic move would be able to harm you. I won't be able to trick you. After all, Yifei's attempt to control the invincible sword soul had triggered a boundless destructive aura from the invincible sword soul, which had almost destroyed Yifei's soul. This also frightened the blood demon. He quickly withdrew all of his consciousness from the dantian space. At this moment, the blood demon was completely unaware of what was happening in the dantian space. However, the blood devil didn't let his guard down because of this. He used some mysterious demon secret art to refine the special bloodlines of Fa Wu Dao and the others into 4 resplendent blood crystals at the fastest speed possible. Then, the blood demon immediately withdrew all of his consciousness and returned to Yifei's dantian space. His powerful demon god consciousness instantly sensed the terrifying destructive aura that was everywhere in the dantian space. This caused the blood devil to be inwardly shocked. However, When he saw Yi Fei's consciousness within his Dantian space being continuously ground away by the destructive aura of the sword's soul, his consciousness quickly turned blurry and into nothingness. The blood demon was so happy that he started laughing. You humans are really stupid and stubborn. You know that there's no hope, but you still hope for a miracle. A mere ant wants to control the invincible sword soul. If you succeed, I'll change my surname to yours. The blood demon's face was filled with mockery and pride. Good son, let me hear you call me father. Yi Fei immediately retorted in the face of the blood demon's mockery. You're about to die, and you still dare to be so stubborn. The blood demon was enraged when he heard this. Seeing that Yi Fei was at the end of his rope and that the destructive aura from the invincible sword soul was within his acceptable range, the cunning blood demon immediately realized that this was the perfect opportunity to erase Yi Fei's consciousness, seize the invincible sword soul, and seize Yi Fei's body. Kill! The blood demon's consciousness once again transformed into his three-headed, six-armed battle form. He stepped on a black lotus and formed an invisible layer of defense. As he blocked the destructive aura around him, he laughed sinisterly and slapped out a bloody palm. He wanted to completely destroy Yi Fei's consciousness. As long as this brat dies, I'll be able to completely take over this body and become the new master of the invincible sword soul. When that happens, all the demon gods and demon masters will have to bow down to me. The blood demon seemed to have imagined the day when he would rule over the 9 heavens and have all the demon gods and demon masters kneeling at his feet. He instantly felt refreshed. Even the way he looked at Yi Fei became much more pleasing to the eye. Then, his bloody palm grabbed Yi Fei and crushed Yi Fei like an ant on the ground. Kill! Yi Fei had been waiting for this moment. At this moment, his consciousness was almost completely destroyed. However, his connection with the invincible sword soul was extremely close. With a single thought, the invincible sword soul, which seemed to be resisting, suddenly became murderous. Chi! A ray of destructive sword light suddenly flew past Yi Fei and destroyed the blood demon's bloody palm. This bloody palm was also formed by the blood demon's consciousness. When the bloody palm was destroyed, part of the blood demon's consciousness was destroyed. The excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart instantly made the blood demon cry out in pain. However, before the blood demon could regain his senses, the originally scattered destructive sword aura in the entire space suddenly gathered together and formed a destructive sword storm. It whistled and surrounded the blood demon. Bam! Even the black lotus protecting his body couldn't block this terrifying destructive aura. The blood demon only felt that his consciousness was in excruciating pain and his soul was being torn apart. The intense pain made him almost go crazy. The transformation of the invincible sword soul immediately made the blood demon go completely crazy and fearful. The blood demon would never have thought that Yi Fei would really miraculously control the invincible sword soul. Furthermore, he was so cunning that he used the self-torture trick to trick the blood demon into entering his Dantian space and ruthlessly tricked him again. Roar! The blood demon was so angry that he roared on the spot. He decisively split his consciousness, and a part of it turned into a bloody python. It opened its mouth and crazily swallowed Yi Fei and the invincible sword soul. The other part of his consciousness turned into a ray of bloody light and crazily charged out of his Dantian space, escaping the pursuit of the invincible sword soul. Where do you think you're going? The huge bloody python suddenly exploded. Yi Fei didn't even have time to recover his consciousness. This was because the blood demon had charged directly towards his primordial spirit when he escaped from his Dantian space. If the blood demon had succeeded, this demon could have completely destroyed his primordial spirit, causing his primordial spirit to collapse and become a cripple. Chapter 1338. Be ruthless. Blood demon, if I don't kill you today, I'll change my surname to yours. Yi Fei's eyes were red as he charged out of his dantian with the undying sword soul. This scene scared the blood demon out of his wits. As the host, Yi Fei could borrow the power of the undying sword soul, but he couldn't control it or bring it out of his dantian. If he did, the uncontrollable destructive aura of the undying sword soul would instantly destroy Yi Fei's body and the space around him. This was why the blood demon was willing to sacrifice part of his consciousness to escape from Yi Fei's dantian. However, the blood demon didn't expect Yi Fei to not only control the undying sword soul, but also control the destructive aura of the undying sword soul and bring it out of his dantian. In this moment of shock and hesitation, Yi Fei's consciousness managed to catch up to the blood demon before his primordial spirit could be destroyed. At the same time, a destructive sword light was released. Facing the blood demon, Yi Fei was really ruthless this time. He directly activated the terrifying power of the undying sword soul. Boom! The terrifying undying sword soul immediately locked onto the blood demon and released a destructive aura as it slashed towards the blood demon. Under this aura, the blood demon instantly let out a blood-curdling scream. He didn't even have time to split his consciousness before he felt the immense fear of death. The blood demon wasn't willing to give up. His entire consciousness was emitting a thick, venomous hatred. Just as the destructive sword chi was about to destroy his consciousness, the blood demon suddenly made a decision. The drop of essence blood that contained a portion of the demon god's power appeared in his palm. Then, the blood demon split a part of his consciousness and turned it into a blood python that rushed towards the undying sword soul. The other part of his consciousness rushed into the demon blood. Bam! The undying sword soul instantly destroyed the blood python. However, just as the remaining power of the undying sword soul was about to destroy the demon blood, the drop of demon blood suddenly rushed into Yi Fei's blood with hatred and determination. It completely merged with Yi Fei's blood. Yi Fei, if I die, you'll die too. Don't even think about destroying me. The blood demon's venomous voice came from the blood. Sword soul, stop. Yi Fei was covered in cold sweat. The blood demon was too cunning. A demon god that could survive from ancient times wasn't that easy to kill. Just like how the blood demon didn't expect Yi Fei to merge with the undying sword soul, Yi Fei didn't expect it too. The blood demon was actually able to merge with his blood. This way, if Yi Fei insisted on killing the blood demon, then he would have no choice but to let the undying sword soul destroy all the blood in his body. How is that different from suicide? This was also the most powerful and troublesome aspect of the blood demons. As long as they had blood, the blood demons were almost immortal. Of course, there was a price for the blood demon to use such a heaven-defying method to control his blood. Yi Fei was shocked to find that as the blood demon's demon blood merged with his body seemed to have undergone a miraculous change. It's a special bloodline. After merging with the demon blood, I actually have a special bloodline. It's the purest demon god bloodline. Boom. This discovery made Yi Fei feel both lucky and depressed. He was lucky that he finally had a special bloodline, and it was a powerful demon god bloodline. This gave him more confidence to catch up with a peerless genius like Di Fan. What was depressing was that this bloodline had its own consciousness. It was the consciousness of the blood demon that hated him to the core. If the blood demon secretly controlled his blood during battle, causing it to flow in the opposite direction, or messing up his meridians during cultivation, Yi Fei wouldn't even know how he died. Therefore, he would rather not have such a dangerous bloodline. He had to get rid of the cunning blood demon. Blood demon, get out here. Yi Fei's face was dark. After severely injuring the blood demon, he had regained control of his body. However, he wasn't happy at all. Instead, his face was dark. He wanted to grab the blood demon and chop him up. Scram, if you want me to come out, you have to kneel down and kiss my toes. Then, swear that you will be loyal to me and be my livestock forever. If you do that, I will consider sharing this body with you. We will become the masters of the sword souls at the same time. The blood demon's cold words passed through his blood and into Yi Fei's mind. Then Yi Fei felt his blood roaring in his body. It was like a surging river, causing his blood to become chaotic and his veins to bulge. Blood was the power of the blood demon. Although it was a pity that he couldn't destroy Yi Fei's primordial spirit, as long as he merged with Yi Fei's blood, the blood demon had many ways to torture Yi Fei. He could even kill Yi Fei when Yi Fei wasn't paying attention. Blood demon, come out. As long as you share my body, we could talk. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The veins on Yi Fei's forehead bulged. This was his body. He wouldn't share it with a demon. As he spoke, he suddenly controlled the undying sword soul to charge towards the place where his blood and chi were in chaos. That place immediately calmed down, and the blood demon was nowhere to be seen. As expected, the blood demon's control over blood is incredible. However, it's impossible for him to completely merge with my blood. Completely merging with his blood would mean that the blood demon was willing to be refined by Yi Fei and help Yi Fei become the new blood demon. Naturally, the blood demon wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Therefore, even though the blood demon had fused the devil blood into Yi Fei's blood, his consciousness had become a part of Yi Fei's blood and was constantly flowing through Yi Fei's body, not giving Yi Fei a chance to find him and destroy him. Looks like this blood demon won't obediently leave my body if I don't give him a good beating. Since that's the case, don't blame me. The two sides fought back and forth for a while. Yi Fei couldn't find which part of the blood demon's consciousness was hidden in his blood. He was too lazy to look for it. Since I can't find it, I might as well refine all of my blood. If the blood demon still doesn't come out, I'll just refine him to death. With that thought, Yi Fei stopped worrying about the blood demon. He quickly ran to a place not far away and collected all the spatial belts of the four before leaving this bloody place. About 3 days later, Yi Fei found an uninhabited mountain and stopped. During this time, he also checked Wu Dao's spatial belt. As expected, he found more than 40 billion high-grade spirit stones inside. In addition to the 90 billion high-grade spirit stones he extorted from the saintess at Sunluo Temple, Yi Fei's total spirit stones had surpassed the 100 billion mark. Blood demon, this is your last chance. Are you coming out or not? Scram it. Wait for me to use your blood to recover my cultivation. I will refine you into a puppet and torture you for eternity. Chapter 1339. Causing a disaster, the blood demon was indeed confident. After all, he was a demon god. If not for Yi Fei's undying sword soul, which happened to be his nemesis, the blood demon would have tortured Yi Fei to death, even if he only had a fragment of his consciousness left. As long as Yi Fei could not lock onto his position, he did not have to worry about Yi Fei's threat. Instead, the blood demon took advantage of the opportunity to absorb Yi Fei's blood and tried his best to recover his damaged consciousness by absorbing Yi Fei's blood. In less than 3 days, Yi Fei felt the blood in his body begin to deplete. His face turned pale, and he showed signs of anemia like a normal person. This made him even more determined to kill the blood demon. If I don't get rid of the blood demon, there will always be a fatal danger in my body. Also, the secret of the undying sword soul could be exposed at any time. Yi Fei did not know what level of treasure the undying sword soul was, but from the fact that the blood demon was willing to turn into a fragment of blood to stay in his body and compete with him, he knew that the secret of the undying sword soul could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, it could lead to a fatal disaster. At the same time, considering the blood demon's unimaginable demon god methods, even if there were no outsiders, Yi Fei did not dare to let Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle out. He only instructed Xiao Qiao to cultivate obediently inside. Yi Fei had already found a hidden corner in the Bear Mountain. He used his true yuan to shatter space and create a temporary secret realm. He entered this space and took out the 40 billion spirit stones he had plundered, as well as all the spirit stones he had obtained from Dark Azura Hall. He filled the secret realm in one go. Then, Yi Fei activated his primordial spirit and began to absorb and refine the spirit stones. The rolling spirit energy immediately turned into a howling hurricane. The energy fluctuations from the 100 billion spirit stones caused the spiritual energy to transform into numerous spirit dragons that roared as they rushed into Yi Fei's body. However, they didn't enter his meridians. In the end, now that the blood demon had control over his blood, he could also use his blood to influence his tendons and veins. Using his tendons and veins to cultivate was just courting death. However, Yi Fei still had a cultivation method that could be cultivated without using meridians. That was the battle god Dao. The battle demon path cultivates the flesh, allowing the flesh to be indestructible. The battle god path cultivates the soul, allowing the soul to be indestructible. The two complemented each other and fused together to walk the path of the strongest martial path, which is the path of despair. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with determination to destroy this demon. Let's see if the blood demon will be afraid then. Even if I can't refine you to death, I'll scare you to death. Yi Fei said viciously. The blood demon was immediately aware of his actions. The blood demon was so angry that he almost went crazy. He felt that this scene was very familiar. Thinking about it, the blood demon was so angry that he coughed up blood. When he was cultivating the immemorial celestial art, Yi Fei had also been so frightened. He had constantly tried to talk to him, try to slow down the speed of his cultivation. Damn it! If those 4 ants didn't disturb me, I would have mastered the atavistic heaven art long ago. Even if this kid has the immortal sword spirit, I can still resist him with the atavistic heaven art. The blood demon's eyes flickered with fear. He had the urge to stop Yi Fei from cultivating. Unfortunately, Yi Fei was too smart. The battle god, Dao, mainly focused on cultivating the soul. Even if the blood demon was capable, he could not interfere with Yi Fei's cultivation as long as Yi Fei did not channel his blood. However, the blood demon still came up with an evil plan, which was to attract the attention of powerful human experts to eliminate the demon. It was just like how Lu Ruffing and the others had sneakily attacked the blood demon and ruined his cultivation of the atavistic heaven art. As such, the blood demon did not interfere with Yi Fei's cultivation of the divine battle Dao. It continued to unleash a terrifying murderous intent and an eerie demonic aura through Yi Fei's blood, causing the nearby demonic beast to fall into a frenzy. The blood demon was taking a gamble. If he released such a terrifying demonic aura, it would definitely attract the attention of human experts. If another group of experts like Lu Ruffeng came and attacked Yi Fei, his plan would succeed. Unfortunately, the blood demon did not know that Lu Ruffeng and the others had come specifically to kill Yi Fei. That was why they had come. Of course, Yi Fei did not know that the blood demon had taken control of his body and killed Lu Ruffeng and the others. It had caused a huge commotion in the legalist school and the 3 sacred academies. Almost at the same time as Lu Ruffeng and the others were killed by the blood demon. In a certain place filled with soul lamps in the divine martial sacred academy, a soul lamp marked with the Holy Sun's name suddenly went out. In the heavenly Dao sacred academy, an elder was smiling as he led Zhao Yu into the academy soul hall. He wanted to replace Hua Qianqiu's soul lamp with Zhao Yu's soul lamp. Suddenly, the soul lamp representing Hua Qianqiu went out. The elder's face was filled with astonishment. Then, he became furious. Who dares to kill the Holy Sun? This is a declaration of war against the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy. In the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy, a middle-aged quasi-emperor roared furiously when he sensed that Qin Wuyang's soul lamp had gone out. This quasi-emperor was Qin Wuyang's master. At the same time, in the small world of the legalist school, the head of the legalist school was listening in disbelief to the elder in charge of the soul lamps. What did you say? Wu Dao is dead? My most outstanding son, my most talented son. Who is it? Who killed my son? Boom! The young face of the head of the legalist school was filled with boundless fury. At the same time, an aged voice filled with killing intent rang out from a certain palace in the depths of the legalist school. Investigate immediately and find out who did it. This old man will personally exterminate this person's entire family. Men, women, old and young. Leave no one alive. Yes, patriarch. The patriarch of the legalist school was furious. Countless people in the legalist school were trembling, including the cities controlled by the legalist school. Countless martialists and mortals prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear of the patriarch of the legalist school. What made the elders of the Fa family feel lucky was that when Fa Wu Dao had joined forces with Lu Rufeng and the others, he had thought that Chen Mengyao was a burden. After using her to escape from the ancestral dragon abyss, he had chased Chen Mengyao back. The patriarch of the legalist school had easily interrogated her about everything that had happened in the ancestral dragon abyss, as well as how Wu Dao had joined forces with the Holy Sun to ambush Yi Fei. Patriarch, young Master Wu Dao, might have died at the hands of Yi Fei. Chen Mingyao's face was filled with hatred and delight as she revealed everything she knew. Yi Fei, don't blame me. I only want to survive. I just want to live a better life than everyone in the northern region. I want to have a higher status. Chen Mingyao comforted herself in her heart. Then, her expression changed drastically. She heard an aged voice in the depths of the small world roar like a lion. Chapter 1340. All the quasi-emperors came out. Yi Fei, the legalism patriarch, wasn't the only one roaring. The quasi-emperors of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy, the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy, and the Heavenly Strategy Sacred Academy all roared in anger. Yi Fei should be killed. A quasi-emperor covered in flames walked out of seclusion in the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. His name was Lu Rulong, and he was Lu Rufeng's uncle. Before the Lu family of the Divine Wrath Quasi-Emperor had risen, the Lu family had been the strongest family in the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. More than half of the saints came from the Lu family. Now someone had killed the genius of the Lu clan, the Holy Prince of the Sacred Institute. Even if Yi Fei had helped the Divine Martial Sacred Institute a little, he couldn't stop the Quasi-Emperor of the Lu clan from wanting to kill Yi Fei. This time around, the Yi Fei is most likely finished. He reaped what he sowed. He could have killed anyone, but he killed Lu Rufeng. This is his crime. Brother, that's not right. I remember that Yi Fei saved you before. Bullshit. Even without the help of that trash, I could have easily escaped from the Blood Demon sect. A Divine Martial Sacred Academy disciple's face turned red as he denied it. The others opened their mouths, wanting to expose him, but they all chose to protect themselves when they felt the Quasi-Emperor's anger. Yi Fei, don't blame us. It's not that we don't want to help you, but our words don't carry much weight. It's useless to plead for you. These people comforted each other. It was a different scene in the Heavenly Strategy Sacred Academy. Hearing that Yi Fei was in trouble, Dongfangyu knelt outside the dean's palace without hesitation. Dongfangyu, please give Yi Fei a chance to explain. Please, Dean. A few old, middle-aged disciples rushed over and knelt with Dongfangyu. They were the few people that Yi Fei had saved. Most of the disciples who had become blood slaves chose to remain silent, especially after they found out that the furious Quasi-Emperor was Qin Wuyong's master. Scram! If anyone dares to speak up for Yi Fei again, I will personally cripple his primordial spirit and expel him from the Holy Academy. A middle-aged man, riding a green demonic bull, rushed out of the palace. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. The middle-aged disciples beside Dongfangyu were so scared that their expressions changed. They got up and left in shame. In the end, only Dongfangyu remained kneeling on the ground. Behind him was an old disciple who was also kneeling without moving. You guys aren't leaving? The middle-aged man on the demonic bull seemed to be somewhat surprised, but he was even more furious and filled with killing intent. I won't leave. Brother Yi is my friend. I, Dongfangyu, will not leave even if I die. Dongfangyu's tone was firm. The old disciple behind revealed a bitter smile and said, When this disciple was a blood slave, I was tortured too miserably. I do not have many years left to live. This disciple does not wish to let my conscience down before I die. Quasi-Emperor, please show mercy. Show mercy? Have we not shown enough mercy to that demon? He did save you guys. Our 3 holy academies also gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, that evil brat Yi Fei did not repent and even went from bad to worse. If we don't get rid of this demon, how will our 3 holy academies have any face left? Another quasi-emperor came from outside the holy academy. This person had an indifferent expression, and he was surrounded by the aura of the heavenly Tao. The demonic bull quasi-emperor did not dare to be negligent. He quickly went up and greeted. So, is Taoist Hua Long actually came out of seclusion as well. Hua Qianxiu is my disciple and the previous holy son of our heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. I heard that Hua Qianxiu was good friends with your disciple Qin Wuyang when he was alive. Hence, I came to invite Taoist Hua Qianxiu to kill that evil brat Yi Fei together. When a fire dragon quasi-emperor stated his intentions, it was exactly what the demonic bull quasi-emperor wanted. The two smiled at each other. Then, they ignored the 2 people on the ground and soared into the sky at the same time. Dongfang Yu's expression immediately changed. A quasi-emperor of the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy actually made a move. Zhao Yu, did she not stop them? True martial Sacred Academy. It had been 3 years since Yi Fei left. Xia Jun, Lin Tianjiao, and Fatty did not leave the Holy Academy. They were all cultivating crazily. The martial emperor Old Lu had told them that as long as they broke through to the half-emperor realm and became the son of heaven, the true martial Sacred Academy would allow them to enter the Dragon Head world to train and look for Yi Fei. Hence, Xia Jun and the others were working very hard. However, it was too difficult to pass the Heaven grade test in 3 years, unless they were like Yi Fei and use an imperial weapon to cheat. Unfortunately, after the lesson of Yi Fei, the true martial Sacred Academy had already fixed this loophole in the Heaven grade test. Who dares to barge into the true martial Sacred Academy? Boom! The small world of the true martial Sacred Academy suddenly shook violently. Someone had openly barged into the true martial Sacred Academy. Many martial emperors were shocked. On a mountain, Xia Jun and the others also woke up from their cultivation. Lin Tianjiao and the others were confused and depressed. Had the true martial Sacred Academy really declined to such a state? Someone had openly barged in? Only Xia Jun's nose twitched. His dejected expression suddenly became excited. There is a fragrance. The other party is definitely a peerless beauty. I know, it's sister-in-law. Suddenly, a biting cold wind whistled in the sky. In an instant, Xia Jun was frozen into a huge ice block. Lin Tianjiao's face was also covered in ice shards. Only Fatty Pang Bei was able to withstand the attack. The moment the ice mountain came, a violent demonic ape suddenly rushed out of his body. The demonic ape punched the sky with both hands. There was a loud boom. The whistling ice mountain was torn apart. The biting cold wind turned into a strange field full of demonic qi. After 3 years, the little fatty's progress could only be described as terrifying. After all, this was the only inheritance of the monster race in the human world that the monster god valued. Little monkey, do you want to die? You're making such a big noise in broad daylight. You're disturbing my spiritual melon. By the way, Zhao Yu, do you want to eat melons? After 3 years, Shangluo was still the same. She was eating melons anytime and anywhere. Not only did she eat them, but she also took out a melon and handed it to the sky. In the sky, the cold wind whistled. A woman with snow-white hair walked out. Lin Tianjiao suddenly shook his head. She's not Zhao Yu. She's Zhao Yu's incarnation of the heavenly Tao. At this time, Zhao Yu's incarnation stared coldly at Shangluo. Shangluo also looked at Zhao Yu with a smile. They nodded slightly, as if they were already familiar with each other. But for some unknown reason, Gua King, who was hiding in the back, felt that there was a faint killing intent between the two of them. And what was even more terrifying was that when Zhao Yu looked at the aura that had fused with the heavenly Tao, everyone retreated. Only Shangluo was calm and composed, calmly eating melons. Even old Lu, who was paying attention to this, couldn't bear to continue watching this leisurely action. Without a sound, old Lu appeared in the sky. His expression was solemn. "The heavenly Tao, Sacred Academy's Saintess, why have you barged into my true martial sacred academy?" Chapter 1341. 8th Layer Battle God Tao. What? A quasi-emperor wants to make a move on Big Brother. The massive block of ice suddenly shattered, and Xia Jun angrily strode out from within. His body was shockingly suffused with an intense, immortal true essence. Among them, only Xia Jun had cultivated the immortal emperor scripture to an extremely high level. Unfortunately, Xia Jun did not have a special bloodline. Even though he cultivated very hard, he was still unable to pass the heaven rank test of the Sacred Institute and become the emperor. Old Lu's face was filled with shock. Then, he quickly rushed to the quasi-emperor's palace as fast as he could. He cursed in his heart, "Yi Fei, you little bastard. Will you die if you don't cause trouble for a day? You even angered the quasi-emperors of the 3 sacred institutes." Thinking about the wrath of a quasi-emperor, even Elder Lu was secretly apprehensive. Seeing Elder Lu's action, a bright light flashed across Zhao Yu's cold eyes before it dimmed again. She took one last look at Shang Luo before her body suddenly turned into a sheet of ice and dissipated between heaven and earth. What a terrifying method. Zhao Yu is probably about to merge with the heavenly Tao. She might be going through the martial emperor tribulation soon. Lin Tianjiu suddenly said in horror, "It's just the martial emperor tribulation. Give me a year, and I'll definitely catch up to her." Shang Luo stopped eating her melon. A rare battle intent appeared in her eyes. After all, she was also a martial emperor. In terms of talent, she was on par with Zhao Yu. What was a martial emperor? Born extraordinary, a martial emperor. This was a martial emperor. In the 4 sacred institutes, someone once made a vague classification of geniuses. Ordinary cultivators with strong constitutions were considered ordinary geniuses. Martial artists with special bloodlines were special geniuses. If their bloodlines were strong enough, they could become super geniuses. For example, F.A. Wu Dao and the others were considered super geniuses. Above super geniuses were top-notch geniuses like Martial Emperor. They were born extraordinary, with shocking battle strength and breakthroughs in their cultivation. They could be said to be heaven-defying. Above the top geniuses were natural-born saints like Di Fan, or people like Fu Renjia, who had been born with a demon-birth heavenly fetus. They were no longer born extraordinary, but were born divine, accompanied by all kinds of strange phenomena. According to the words of ordinary people, this was the descent of a god. They were also known as peerless geniuses. There might not even be one in 10,000 years. Compared to them, us ordinary geniuses are really under too much pressure. Xia Jun felt even more pressure as he looked at the disappearing cold wind. At the same time, Yi Fei also sighed. Compared to a peerless genius like Di Fan, an ordinary genius like me is still under a lot of pressure. Although Yi Fei had already fused with the demon blood and had the bloodline of the demon god, he did not dare to use this power at all. The blood demon was hiding in his blood all the time, looking for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. Of course, Yi Fei might be able to tolerate it if the blood demon was just hiding like this. What he could not tolerate the most was that the blood demon was shameless enough to control his blood and turn it into a whirlpool to continuously absorb the spiritual energy he refined in order to stop him from cultivating. This way, for every 10% of spiritual energy that Yi Fei absorbed, only 80% would enter his primordial spirit to cultivate the god of Warpath. The remaining 20% would be absorbed by the blood demon to strengthen its consciousness. If this situation continued, not only would Yi Fei not be able to break through the god of Warpath, he might even inadvertently help the blood demon. Of course, Yi Fei cannot tolerate this. He had thought of stopping the blood demon, but compared to the old demon who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he was still too inexperienced. After several fights, Not only did he not gain any advantage, the blood demon even took the opportunity to steal some of his spiritual energy. He could clearly feel that the blood demon's consciousness, which had been severely damaged by the undying sword soul, was showing signs of recovery. Yifei could not tolerate this anymore. He finally stopped cultivating the god of war path and said angrily, "Blood demon, don't go overboard." I said, "Get out of my body, and I won't make things difficult for you. I can swear." "Screw your swearing, you little demon. You've tricked this god twice in a row. If this god believes half of your nonsense again, this god will be transformed from a pig." The blood demon's tyrannical voice came from Yifei's body. That voice was filled with venom and deep-rooted hatred. Just hearing that voice made Yifei feel a chill down his spine. It also strengthened his resolve to get rid of the blood demon. "No, I have to think of a way to stop this old demon from absorbing spiritual energy. Otherwise, if this old demon regains even a little bit of his consciousness, it will be a great danger to me." Yifei knew that the blood demon was madly absorbing his spiritual energy to prevent him from breaking through to the 8th stage of the god of war path. However, the more nervous the blood demon was, the more determined Yifei was to break through. "Blood demon, you forced me to do this. Don't think that I can't do anything about it." Although the blood demon was despicable for stealing spiritual energy, Yifei was also a shrewd monkey. When he felt the blood demon's malice, he immediately thought of a good idea to return an eye for an eye. He started cultivating the god of war path again. Like the god of war path, cultivating the god of war path also required an enormous amount of spiritual energy to strengthen one's soul. The only difference was that the god of war path required one to turn every cell into a star. On the other hand, the god of war path required one to turn their soul into 365 deities. Each deity was equivalent to a complete soul. When all 365 deities were stacked together, even a martial emperor would not be able to destroy his soul. When 1/3 of the deities were formed, he would be able to break through to the 8th stage of the god of war path. When 2/3 of the deities were formed and the 9th stage was completed, he would be able to break through to the 10th stage of the god of war path. He would have the ability to fight opponents 10 levels above him, and 10 levels higher was the standard for an exceptional genius. This was why Di Fan said to Yifei, even if Yifei merged with the force of despair for the 5th time, he could only be considered half a match. Only by 10 levels higher would Yifei be able to officially challenge an exceptional genius. In order to reach this point, I will do anything. Even if I am facing an exceptional genius, I will definitely surpass him. Undying Sword Soul absorb. Buzz. The undying sword soul vibrated. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force came from Yifei's body. Originally, the undying sword soul was picky and would not bother to absorb low-level energy like spiritual stones. However, Yifei had already fully grasped the undying sword soul and was officially the owner of the undying sword soul. No matter how unwilling the undying sword soul was, it could only obediently absorb the disgusting spiritual energy. However, before the undying sword soul could convert the spiritual energy into destructive sword energy, Yifei suddenly ordered in a deep voice, "Undying sword soul, release. Remember, release only at me." This was the method Yifei thought of to deal with the blood demon. Didn't this demon want to steal his spiritual energy? Fine, he would first absorb the spiritual energy into the undying sword soul and then release it in a small area for Yifei to absorb and refine. If the blood demon dared to steal it this time, then it would be perfect. Yifei would use the undying sword soul to kill this demon 10,000 times. Chapter 1342. Boundary Emperor Assassination. Yifei ignored the blood demon's curses. He realized that controlling the indestructible sword soul to absorb the spirit stones before releasing the spirit energy was indeed a good way to suppress the blood demon. Although this would affect the speed of his cultivation as he refined the spirit energy, it would obviously affect the blood demon more. At the start, the blood demon only needed to take advantage of Yi Fei's cultivation to control his blood and use a secret technique to continuously steal the spirit energy that entered Yi Fei's body. However, as Yi Fei absorbed all the spirit energy through the indestructible sword soul, it was almost impossible for the blood demon to steal the spirit energy from Yi Fei while he was cultivating, unless the blood demon was really courageous and dared to expose his consciousness to the indestructible sword soul. Of course, the blood demon didn't have the guts to do so. As such, Yi Fei's tyrannical method of taking all the spirit energy for himself. The blood demon had already reached a point where his heart was filled with hatred and hatred. Damn little demon, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I'll definitely turn you into a puppet and torture you for at least 10,000 years. The blood demon was filled with hatred. Originally, he had predicted that Yi Fei would need a huge amount of spirit energy to break through to the combat God Dao stage. This way, he could casually steal a bit of spirit energy. Even if it was only 20%, he would be able to stop Yi Fei from breaking through to the 8th level of the combat God Dao stage. At the same time, he could also use the stolen spirit energy to recover his consciousness that was damaged by the indestructible sword soul. This was a situation where he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the end, Yi Fei used a crooked method to forcefully cut off the blood demon's method of stealing spirit energy. This was something that the blood demon couldn't accept. First, he cursed furiously and madly in an attempt to affect Yi Fei's state of mind. It would be best if he could cause Yi Fei's cultivation to go berserk. However, Yi Fei was already prepared for this. He immediately sealed off his 5 senses and 6 senses and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. This caused the blood demon to curse until his saliva dried up, but he still couldn't shake his state of mind. Yi Fei began to cultivate the battle god's Dao very quickly. Deep within his soul, rumbling sound could be heard. His originally complete soul began to shrink and transform under the influence of the battle god's Dao. Rumble. Sensing that Yi Fei's cultivation had reached a critical juncture, the undying sword soul immediately increased the amount of spiritual energy it released. During this period of time, whenever Yi Fei was cultivating, the blood demon would definitely do everything possible to steal his spiritual energy and interrupt his process of becoming a god. However, this time, the blood demon mustered up his courage 3 times in a row. He wanted to take the opportunity to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and interrupt Yi Fei's cultivation. However, the blood demon had no choice but to give up. It was because he was too afraid of the undying sword soul and had been tricked by Yi Fei too many times. At this time, Blood Devil no longer had the courage to charge forward and be tricked by Yi Fei again. He could only stare at Yi Fei with bloodshot eyes like a caged beast. He coldly and cruelly stared at Yi Fei's every move, hoping to find something that Yi Fei had overlooked. However, the blood demon soon despaired again. He realized that Yi Fei was smarter than a monkey. The spiritual energy released by Yi Fei's undying sword soul was not continuous. Instead, it was intermittent. Whenever he condensed a god, he would immediately pause to observe the blood demon's reaction before continuing to cultivate the next god in his soul. His cowardly, fearful, cautious, and wretched actions immediately angered the blood demon so much that his consciousness almost vomited blood. In the end, he could not help but curse aloud. "Coward! Trash! You've already tricked me to the point where I'm only left with a fragment of consciousness. Yet you're still guarding against me like I'm a thief. No, I have to find a way to interrupt his cultivation, or it'll be bad." After waiting for around half a month, the blood demon still failed to find an opportunity to interrupt Yi Fei's cultivation. Instead, the number of souls and gods in Yi Fei's body had already reached 100. The blood demon suddenly fell silent. He finally understood what Yi Fei felt when he first saw him cultivate an immemorial heavenly art. It was fear and despair. Even when he was suppressed by the flesh Buddhas of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the blood demon had never experienced such despair. However, he was still a demon god who had lived for several tens of thousands of years after all. When he discovered in despair that he could no longer interrupt Yi Fei's cultivation, the blood demon descended into complete madness. He began to exhaust what little consciousness he had left in the first place, desperately releasing dense demon qi. He had no idea what method he used to activate Yi Fei's golden body of the heavenly dragon. The 8 heavenly dragons roared furiously at the same time. The terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions, attracting the attention of countless evil demons. This also made Yi Fei extremely nervous. He was worried that the blood demon would attract powerful martial emperors or quasi-emperors over and interrupt his cultivation. However, Yi Fei's worries were unnecessary. The blood demon's roars were all for nothing. As soon as they sensed the blood demon's appearance, the quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall had already appeared secretly and transferred away all the evil demons within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Of course, it was not as if the quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall had not considered coming over to check on the blood demon's condition, as well as see whether Yi Fei could still be saved. However, the quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall gave up on this idea very soon. The deaths of Lu Rufeng and the other 3 could not be hidden from the powerful Dark Azura Hall. The fact that the legalism ancestor, the fire dragon quasi-emperor, and so on had entered the Dragon Head world could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of the Dark Azura Hall either. The quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall thought of a good idea very soon, which was to use the 4 foreign quasi-emperors to test the blood demon first. If the blood demon is weak, we'll strike together and take advantage of the situation. If the blood demon is powerful, the ones who will suffer will be the 3 sacred academies and Dharma Tiantan. It'll have nothing to do with our Dark Azura Hall. As for Yi Fei, when He Ming thought up to there, a smear of hesitation clearly flashed through his eyes. However, when he thought of the blood demon's destructive power to the Dark Azura Hall, he still shook his head in the end. It's a pity for the little guy. However, as the Grand Hall Lord, I can't risk the future of the Dark Azura Hall, so I can only give up on Yi Fei completely. While the Dark Azura Hall was secretly making preparations, for powerful figures had already gathered in the sky somewhere in the Dragon Head world. Dharma Tiantong's face was old, but the aura exuding from his body was as unfathomable as the ocean. He glanced at the 3 people beside him. Heavenly Strategy Quasi-Emperor, Divine Martial Quasi-Emperor, Heavenly Tao Quasi-Emperor, together with me. The 4 of us Quasi-Emperors will strike together. This time, we'll definitely eliminate that little demon Yi Fei and avenge my grandson, Fa Wu Dao. There's also Qin Weiyang, Lu Rufeng, and Hua Qinxiu. These are the most outstanding saints of our Sacred Academy, the future hope of our Sacred Academy. Now that they've been killed by a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens, it's truly a great humiliation to us. However, please give me some face and let me be the first to kill Yi Fei. A gleam flashed through the eyes of the fire dragon, Quasi-Emperor. He didn't come this time to avenge Hua Qinxiu, but because the Quasi-Emperors of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy had accidentally discovered that the Grand Oblivion Tao that Zhao Yu cultivated had a fatal flaw, and this flaw was Yi Fei. Chapter 1343. Exposed, of course, the fire dragon Quasi-Emperor wouldn't tell others his goal. Thus, on the surface, he was still filled with hatred, acting as if he wanted to take revenge for Hua Qinxiu. His hatred infected the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy's Quasi-Emperor Han Feng. Qin Weiyang was the disciple I was most satisfied with. He was humble, kind, and loved his junior brother. He had a high chance of becoming a pillar of my Heavenly Book Sacred Academy. Yet, he died at the hands of that trashy Fei. I can't tolerate this. I must kill this person to take revenge for my disciple. Take revenge for your disciple? The Heavenly Book Sacred Academy is clearly afraid of Yi Fei's rise and purposely killed him in advance. Who in the three sacred academies doesn't know about being humble and kind? Qin Wuyang is jealous of talent. As long as there is a slight chance of surpassing him, he will think of ways to suppress or even assassinate him. Finally, Lu Rulong curled his lips in disdain at Han Feng's pretense. If there was someone here who truly wanted to take revenge for his disciple, it would be Fa Tiantong. Lu Rulong didn't really want to take revenge for Lu Rufeng. Instead, he wanted to protect the reputation of the divine martial sacred academy. He didn't want to suffer losses because of Yi Fei. Everyone had their own goals. On the surface, the four quasi-emperors seemed to be very friendly. They even greeted each other as fellow Taoists. Fa Tiantong, who was anxious to take revenge for his grandson, didn't have much patience. After exchanging greetings, he immediately looked at Han Feng and said, "Old brother Han, your Heavenly Book Sacred Academy's Heavenly Book Art specializes in prediction. Quickly help this old man predict where that bastard Yi Fei is hiding. Once we kill him, the legalism school will definitely reward us greatly." Han Feng proudly cupped his hands and said humbly, "Old Patriarch Fa is too polite. Even if you didn't ask, I would find that bastard's whereabouts and eliminate him." After saying that, Han Feng made a hand gesture and used the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy's most mysterious and complicated Heavenly Book art to quickly predict Yi Fei's location. At this moment, Yi Fei did not know that there were already 4 quasi-emperors keeping an eye on him. There were even people using secret techniques to deduce his whereabouts. However, due to his intuition towards danger, Yi Fei felt restless during his cultivation. This was especially true when the blood demon suddenly fell silent after roaring for a while. He did not release any demonic energy to attract people to deal with him, nor did he disturb his cultivation. This blood demon made Yi Fei feel even more dangerous. Could it be that this old devil is also plotting something and wants to plot against me? Yi Fei secretly raised his guard. Coincidentally, Yi Fei had cultivated another deity that sat cross-legged in his spirit. Together with the deities he had cultivated previously, Yi Fei had cultivated 115 deities. As long as he could refine 5 more gods, he would be able to break through to the 8th level of the God of Battle Path. However, Yi Fei did not dare to break through to the 8th level of the God of Battle Path easily. Once he broke through, his God of Battle Path and Battle Demon Path would both reach the 8th level at the same time. There would be a conflict between them unless he could fuse the power of despair for the 5th time. Fusing the power of despair for the 4th time almost killed me. I definitely cannot attempt to break through until the very last moment. Fortunately, he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the God of Battle Path. If he wanted to break through, he could do so at any time. However, to be safe, Yi Fei hurriedly activated the True Spirit 9 transformations and concealed his aura in advance to prevent the Heavenly Tao from discovering him. Then, Yi Fei decided to scare the blood demon in his body. After all, he had destroyed the blood demon's physical body during the previous heavenly tribulation. This time, if he acted as if he was about to undergo another heavenly tribulation, it was very likely that the blood demon would be so scared that it would leave his body on its own accord. Yi Fei said in a low voice, "Blood demon, I'm giving you one last chance. Get out of my body and we can discuss this. Otherwise, I'll trigger the heavenly tribulation and we'll all risk our lives together." Saying this, Yi Fei purposely revealed a crazed expression. The blood demon was so frightened that the consciousness in his blood trembled. He knew how crazy Yi Fei could be when he risked his life. Most importantly, not only did Yi Fei risk his life, but he also often forced others to do the same. His methods were extremely dirty. If Yi Fei had threatened him a day earlier, the blood demon might have considered leaving Yi Fei's body for safety reasons. However, it was different now. The blood demon had already discovered that 4 powerful boundary emperors were flying towards him rapidly. This gave him a glimmer of hope. This little demon really thinks that I'm easy to scare. When the 4 boundary emperors arrive, he won't even be able to escape in time. If he can still cultivate, I'll change my surname to his. The blood demon continued to remain silent, and his eyes became even colder. After all, he was an ancient demon god. Even though he was very afraid of the undying sword soul, he was still a demon god. However, during this period of time, the blood demon had also cunningly discovered that Yi Fei seemed to be unable to unleash the full power of the indestructible sword soul. The blood demon had even deduced that, given Yi Fei's strength, the maximum power he could unleash was 100,000 for the indestructible sword soul's power. Furthermore, he could only unleash it once. After unleashing it, Yi Fei would need at least a month or even longer before he could unleash it again. This immediately gave the blood demon an opportunity. When the 4 boundary emperors arrive, as long as any one of them can force this kid to unleash the indestructible sword soul to protect himself, I'll have a way to suppress his consciousness and take control of his body again. When that time comes, I'll use 10,000 ways to torture him to death. The blood demon's consciousness exuded a sinister aura. This sinister aura even caused Yi Fei's blood to turn cold. Yi Fei's expression changed. The blood demon is acting so strangely. He must be plotting something against me. However, under the indestructible sword soul, he doesn't even dare to show himself. How can he plot against me? Not good. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. The blood demon couldn't plot against him, but he could use others to do so. The blood demon's actions must have attracted the attention of the experts. Even though Yi Fei didn't sense any experts approaching, he still subconsciously communicated with the beast mark space and quickly said, "Xiao Qiao, quickly sense if there's anything dangerous around us." Xiao Qiao rubbed his eyes. He was very unwilling to be woken up by Yi Fei. Yi Fei was very depressed to find that while he was repeatedly plotting against the blood demon, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were actually sleeping. In fact, they seemed to be sleeping very soundly. However, Xiao Qiao still quickly woke up when he heard Yi Fei's voice. Then, a look of fear suddenly appeared on Xiao Qiao's face, and he began to squeak loudly. Xiao Qiao spoke and gestured very quickly, but Yi Fei still quickly understood what Xiao Qiao meant. What? There are 4 quasi-emperors coming this way? They aren't quasi-emperors from the Sanluo Hall. Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Fei remembered what F.A. Wu Dao said before he died. The legalism school wouldn't let him go. Then what about the 3 sacred courts? Would they also blame the deaths of Lu Rufeng and the others on him? Damn, no wonder the blood demon is so quiet. He's deliberately stalling for time and wants to use those quasi-emperors to plot against me. Almost at the same time that Xiao Qiao reminded him, Yi Fei no longer cared about whether he would be exposed. He immediately rushed into the sky at his fastest speed and even used the 100ly instant to rush into the distance. The blood demon looked at this scene in shock. What is this brat hiding in the human emperor's seal? How did he discover that quasi-emperors were secretly approaching? The blood demon immediately released a strand of divine sense, wanting to rush into the beast mark space. However, the beast mark space that Yi Fei could easily let his divine sense enter was like an iron wall to the blood demon. Not only was the blood demon's divine sense unable to enter, but it was also shattered on the spot. The shattering of his divine sense immediately enraged the blood demon. Yi Fei, where are you running to? As long as I'm here, you will definitely be exposed. Boom! Chapter 1344. Great war against Quasi-Emperor's boundless demonic might spread out in all directions. Naturally, such a horrifying demonic nature could not escape the eyes of the 4 Quasi-Emperors. The expression of the Heavenly Book Holy Academy's Han Feng changed abruptly. He quickly formed hand seals and said, "Oh no, that Yi Fei discovered us approaching and wants to flee. Flee. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, this old man will kill him and pay for my grandson's life." F.A. Tiantong's eyes turned scarlet. The instant he sensed the demonic qi, a huge fate wheel appeared under his feet. Then, he stepped on the fate wheel and charged into the distance. Lu Rulong and the Huolong exchanged glances and did not hesitate. The instant they discovered Yi Fei fleeing, the four quasi-emperors simultaneously used the teleportation that only martial monarchs could use. Yi Fei immediately sensed a horrifying aura approaching him at lightning speed from behind. His complexion immediately paled. He had not expected the teleportation of quasi-emperors to be so terrifying. Earlier, Xiao Chao had sensed that these quasi-emperors were 500 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fei saw a huge fate wheel appear above his head. Then, that fate wheel was like a ferocious wheel, mercilessly smashing down on Yi Fei's head. If this fate wheel struck, even a mountain might be smashed to pieces. Yi Fei's expression immediately turned extremely grave. In the instant he executed the 100-li technique, while escaping for his life, he released the Tai Chi domain without thinking. He used all his strength and slashed out 12 Tai Chi sword diagrams. This was also the limit of what he could release. Rumble. The 12 Tai Chi sword diagrams formed 12 layers of Tai Chi defense and clashed with the fate wheel in the sky. The huge fate wheel was immediately blocked in the sky, unable to descend. This vile spawn can actually fight against the quasi-emperor? Fa Tianhong was incomparably shocked. Then, he was filled with crazy jealousy. In his opinion, the reason Yi Fei could become so strong with a heaven-abandoned body definitely had something to do with Yi Fei refining Xiao Chao. That Lingji girl is a life-extending item that I spent a lot of effort to find. Fa Wu Dao is the strongest genius of the legalism bloodline. In the future, it is very likely that he will break through his bloodline and become a top genius, or even a peerless genius. Yet you actually killed him and destroyed the hope of my school of legalism. Unforgivable. The moment his fate wheel was blocked, Fa Tiantong flew into a rage. His fate wheel became stronger and brighter, like a bright moon falling from the sky. Bang! The 12 layers of the Tai Chi diagram collapsed one after another. In the end, the fate wheel fell to the ground and turned the area within a radius of 30 miles into a black lake. Yi Fei's figure also rushed out from the edge of the lake. He did not dare to turn his head back. Even if he had a combat prowess that was 7 levels higher than him, he could at most fight an early-stage quasi-emperor. The legalism ancestor's strength had clearly surpassed the early quasi-emperor level. Even if Yi Fei broke through to the 8th level of the war god Dao, he might not be a match for the legalism ancestor. The only thing he could do was to run as fast as he could. However, the blood demon obviously would not let Yi Fei escape just like that. Yi Fei, you can't escape. If you don't want to die, hand over your body. I can use the power of the demon god to instantly defeat these 4 ants. The blood demon tempted him evilly. Shut your dog mouth. Yi Fei was furious. If it weren't for the blood demon constantly controlling his blood and affecting his speed, he would not have been able to escape. A quasi-emperor would definitely not have been able to easily discover and hunt him down. Sooner or later, he would have to find a way to kill this demon. Yi Fei had already made up his mind. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow appeared above his head. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a huge mountain peak. Heaven Path Ultimate Technique, overturning sky seal. Boom! The giant seal was like a mountain, crashing down with a loud bang. Suddenly, it was like a crouching mountain range dragon, and also like an insurmountable towering city wall, blocking Yi Fei's path. Under the Heaven Path, all are ants. Yi Fei, do you think you can escape? On the overturning sky seal, the fire dragon quasi-emperor exuded the aura of the Heaven Path. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. Evil creature, you killed my disciple, Qin Wuyang. Did you ever think that this day would come? Before Yi Fei could reply, another furious roar came from behind. Han Feng rode on the demonic bull. His face and body exuded a murderous aura that turned into a terrifying hurricane. Then, the demonic bull suddenly broke away from Han Feng. It stood up and turned into a black iron puppet with a bull's head. The huge puppet charged at Yi Fei, wanting to kill Yi Fei instantly. You guys are too unreasonable. Yi Fei was furious. The blood demon was clearly the one who killed Lu Rufeng and the others, not him. These quasi-emperors did not even give him a chance to explain. They attacked him the moment they saw him. 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Yi Fei roared out the Heavenly Dragon's 8 notes. However, he was shocked to discover that a blood dragon had appeared behind him. The huge blood dragon flew out and collided with the demonic bull, causing an earth-shattering sound to ring out. Then, the demonic bull shattered into pieces. The blood dragon was actually unharmed. Damn it, that's the 8 extremities heavenly dragon that I failed to complete. It even contains my blood demon's domain. That was a complete domain. Now, Yi Fei had benefited. If the blood demon could spit out blood, he would definitely spit out one. 5 liters of blood. What kind of evil technique is that? It actually destroyed the mechanical demonic bull that I spent my entire life building. Han Feng was shocked. He could not believe it. No matter what evil technique it is, this brat must die. Lu Rulong's aura was like a dragon. He suddenly attacked. A deity appeared behind him. It held a battle axe and chopped at the blood dragon. With a thought, Yi Fei suddenly urged the remaining 7 demonic dragons to charge at the demonic bull together with the blood dragon. They started fighting with Lu Rulong's deity. You're courting death. Lu Rulong was furious. The deity behind him became even more sacred and resplendent. It was like a war deity wielding a huge battle axe. It killed all 7 demonic dragons. Only the blood dragon raised its head and roared. Its killing intent was boiling. It pounced forward and cracked the deity. Yi Fei also gasped. The immemorial celestial skill is actually so powerful. It should be known that this was an incomplete immemorial celestial skill, but it was already comparable to the unique skills of the Sacred Academy. Seeing this, the blood demon was even more regretful. He regretted that he did not eliminate Yi Fei's consciousness in a hurry to cultivate the immemorial celestial skill. It increased Yi Fei's combat strength for nothing. Let's attack together and kill this demon. Fa Tiantong suddenly roared. The fate wheel in his hand suddenly turned into a terrifying blood moon. The blood moon then turned into an even more terrifying blood wheel of fate. He raised it to the sky, but the sky could not bear it. The space began to shatter. Heavenly strategy, demon subduing. Han Feng's face was gloomy. He suddenly swooped down from the sky. His huge fist was entwined with countless runes, forming a terrifying vortex of runes. It directly hit the blood dragon's body. In an instant, it sealed the unstable blood demon's domain inside the blood dragon. Slash. The fire dragon quasi-emperor took advantage of this opportunity. He suddenly slapped out a huge palm. In his palm, there was an illusory heavenly seal. He slammed it down hard. The blood dragon that was fighting with Lu Rulong's deity could no longer hold on and shattered with a loud bang. Bang! Yi Fei's golden body of the 8 demonic dragons also completely collapsed. As a result, his aura became much weaker, and his heart sank. Chapter 1345. Consummation Quasi-Emperor. Also at this moment, the Fire Dragon Quasi-Emperor, the only one who did not make a move, suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, this seat will give you a chance. Get over here immediately, kneel before this seat, and cripple your own primordial spirit. This seat will forgive your sins and even bring you to the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Cripple my own primordial spirit and forgive my sins? What a great heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Do these quasi-emperors really think that I am a pushover that anyone can pinch? Yi Fei was enraged. Suddenly, he released the purple gold Tai Chi and sent out 12 Tai Chi sword diagrams, charging at the Fire Dragon Quasi-Emperor. You overestimate yourself. The Fire Dragon Quasi-Emperor laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, he sent out several palm strikes. A sky-overturning imprint blocked Fa Tianhong and the other 2. Then, another sky-overturning imprint coldly slammed into Yi Fei. The fire dragon's goal was very simple. He wanted to severely injure Yi Fei. It would be best if he could cripple Yi Fei and bring him back to the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy to force Zhao Yu to kill him. At this moment, the fire dragon naturally would not take Yi Fei's life. However, the fire dragon clearly underestimated the defensive power of Yi Fei's Tai Chi domain. After the purple-gold Tai Chi was destroyed by the sky overturning imprint, Yi Fei suddenly activated the war demon golden body. Boundless demonic might burst out from his body. At this moment, Yi Fei had undoubtedly become the most horrifying war demon. He held the spirit-devouring sword in his hand and suddenly thrust it forward ferociously. Boom! The whistling sword light completely shattered the huge mountain range that the fire dragon stood on. However, it did not injure the fire dragon. Instead, it paused for a moment when the sword light struck the fire dragon. Blood demon. Yi Fei was enraged. This should have been a perfect attack. It was unexpected and could definitely cause the fire dragon to suffer greatly. However, at the crucial moment, the blood demon suddenly reversed the flow of Yi Fei's qi and blood, causing an opening to appear in his sword. Even so, Yi Fei's horrifying defense and perfect sword strike still caused the fire dragon quasi-emperor to break out in a cold sweat. Then, a huge rage appeared on the fire dragon's body. A quasi-emperor was nearly injured by a martial sage. This was a humiliation. 10 sky overturning imprints. Rumble. The fire dragon quasi-emperor no longer held back. In his anger, he even forgot about the order to capture Yi Fei alive. He only wanted to smash Yi Fei into a pulp to appease his anger. Fire dragon, what's wrong with you? Fa Tiantong and the other two had also destroyed the sky flipping seal and were rushing over from afar. Their expressions were unfriendly. If not for the fire dragon stopping them, they would have killed Yi Fei immediately. When they saw Huolong suddenly attacking Yi Fei, they were naturally shocked. They felt that Huolong's attitude was a little strange. However, the three of them did not let go of this opportunity. Fa Tiantong struck again. This time, he raised his fate wheel with both hands. The fate wheel was like a blood moon that hung in the sky and then fell from the sky. Lu Rulong was a towering figure with a battle axe in his hand. Wherever the axe passed, the void was destroyed and heaven and earth were torn apart. Finally, Han Feng also threw out a punch. He looked dignified, like a Vajra subduing demons. The resplendent fist light actually brought out a strange scripture that shattered the sky and destroyed the demon. Brat, what are you waiting for? Quickly use the undying sword soul. The sword soul can block their attacks. The blood demon suddenly roared in exasperation, as if he was thinking for Yi Fei. In response, Yi Fei only sneered. He was even more hesitant in his heart. If he used the sword soul, how could he suppress the blood demon? However, if he did not use the sword soul, it would be difficult for him to face one quasi-emperor. If 4 quasi-emperors attacked him together, he would definitely die. Bang! Just as Yi Fei was hesitating, suddenly, a huge divine dragon appeared in front of him. Its huge body suddenly collided with the sky flipping seal of the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Both sides were destroyed. Then a vermilion bird with terrifying flames that lit up the sky swooped down. It formed a whistling fire pillar that sent Fa Tiantong and the huge blood moon fate wheel flying. Roar! At the same time, a white tiger sprinted over from the ground. Then, it leaped up high and pounced in front of Lu Rulong's deity statue. Its sharp claws nearly tore the deity statue in half. Finally, a giant black tortoise walked forward with heavy steps. Even though the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, it did not move an inch. It took Han Feng's heavenly strategy demon fist head-on and sent Han Feng flying with his fist. Han Feng's expression changed immediately. True martial force symbols. Fa Tiantong's eyes turned green. True martial sacred academy. Xiang Qing, how dare you stop me? The fire dragon's face was ferocious. When he saw the old man who suddenly appeared in the sky, there was a hint of fear in his fierce expression. Even Lu Rulong took a deep breath and looked coldly at the old man. Shi Yingqing, not only did Yi Fei betray the 4 sacred academies, but he also killed the saints of the 3 academies. This person has committed a heinous crime. Why is the true martial sacred academy protecting him? It's the 3rd dean. Yi Fei looked at the person who came and was a little shocked. Then he felt touched. So many boundary emperors in the Sunluo Hall had given up on him. In the end, it was the boundary emperor of the true martial sacred academy who saved him. He took a step forward and wanted to say something. However, he found that his voice was choked with emotions. The 3rd dean also turned around and smiled at Yi Fei. There was encouragement and strong expectation in his eyes. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Fei. Yi Fei has never betrayed the Sacred Academy. He has always been a disciple of the true martial Sacred Academy. Who dares to bully a disciple of our academy? Boom! At this moment, the 3rd dean's old figure became incomparably tall. He emitted an invisible pressure that made one's heart palpitate. The fire dragon's expression suddenly changed. This old man has broken through again. He is now the Peak Boundary Emperor. Peak Boundary Emperor. Han Feng took a deep breath. Lu Rulong's expression also showed a trace of fear. Although the Boundary Emperors of the true martial Sacred Academy were old, they were all very powerful. Fa Tianong suddenly laughed. His tone was filled with hatred and murderous intent. He said sternly, Shi Yingqing, do you know what this little bastard has done? He actually killed the most outstanding genius of my school of legalism. You have committed such a grave mistake, yet you still want to protect him. Old dog of legalism, bullshit. The one who killed Fa Wudao and the others wasn't me. It was the blood demon who controlled me and my body. He is the murderer. Moreover, Fa Wudao and the others clearly wanted to kill me together. Are they the only ones allowed to kill me, and I'm not allowed to retaliate? With the support of the 3rd dean, Yi Fei immediately regained his confidence and hurriedly came out to explain. He didn't want to be the scapegoat for Blood Demon, but what answered him was Fa Tiantong's voice, which was scarier than a ghost's. Nonsense. You kill my grandson. If I don't kill you, where will the dignity of my school of legalism go? Yi Fei, do you think quibbling will work? Today you must die. Lu Rulong's tone was cold. Han Feng also nodded proudly and said coldly, What is your status? What is the status of the saint of the Sacred Academy? Even if Qin Wuyang and the others wanted to kill you, you deserve to die. However, you actually killed Qin Wuyang. This is your fault, and you deserve to die. Chapter 1346. Fight. The 4 quasi-emperors looked indifferent. Yi Fei's life and death had nothing to do with them. However, if their disciple died, they had to do something. Feeling the cold attitude of the 4 people, Yi Fei suddenly realized that explaining so much was purely a waste of saliva. Shi Yingqing's expression was also cold. He looked at Yi Fei coldly and said, This is the martial world. Yi Fei, do you understand? I understand. Without strength, there is no dignity. In the face of power, we should not talk about reason, but iron fists. Yi Fei took a deep breath. This lesson taught him once again how cruel the world was. Shi Yingqing's expression softened. He suddenly scolded, Bastard, since you understand, why don't you run? Even if I attack, I can only hold them off for 15 minutes. Boom! As he spoke, Shi Yingqing's body emitted the roar of a dragon, a tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. This was the true 4 aspects of true martial. A single technique could suppress the 3 sacred institutions and the legalism patriarch. Yi Fei understood that the true martial sacred institute was the only one that had declined. The sacred institute's techniques would never decline. Shi Yingqing, you old bastard. You are hiding something. The fire dragon quasi-emperor was furious. A dragon's roar came from his body. A divine dragon with intense flames appeared and started fighting with Shi Yingqing's true martial divine dragon. The fire dragon quasi-emperor was also using the 4 aspects of true martial, but it was not complete. Shi Yingqing was furious when he saw the divine dragon released by the fire dragon, quasi-emperor. Fire dragon, you evil disciple. If I knew you had evil intentions, I would have killed you instead of taking you as my disciple. Hearing Shi Yingqing's words, Yi Fei was shocked to discover that fiery dragon quasi-emperor was the third dean's disciple. Later, when the true martial sacred institute had declined, Fiery Dragon and many other young martial emperors had betrayed the sacred institute and joined the other sacred institutes. Fiery Dragon had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm because of that. Ha ha ha, Shi Yingqing, you're old. I'm old too. Let's settle our grudges before we die. A bright moon appeared behind Fa Tiantong. His vast energy shattered the sky. With his fate wheel in hand, Fa Tiantong dashed over from afar and joined forces with the fire dragon. Kill! Lu Rulong and Han Feng looked at each other. They were not willing to give up and try to break through the four aspects of true martial to kill Yi Fei while Shi Yingqing was busy fighting. Shi Yingqing suddenly roared. His body was no longer old. Instead, he exuded a youthful aura. Accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the roars of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise, the true martial four manifestations suddenly gave birth to four terrifying gods. A deity with a dragon head and a human body, a god with the head of a tiger and the tail of a leopard. Was God to God with aspects was? A god could control a snake and a turtle. Kill ye. The four aspects of the true martial divine dragon roared at the same time and used a secret killing technique that Yi Fei had never seen before. Murderous aura surged in the sky, and the sky suddenly became dark. Only the four aspects of the true martial divine dragon were like heavenly gods as they killed everywhere. The fire dragon, Fa Tiantong, Lu Rulong, and Han Feng were forced to retreat, unable to resist. The four aspects of true martial are so strong. This might be part of some primordial heavenly art. Blood Demon was very knowledgeable and could see the origin of the four aspects of true martial at a glance. Yi Fei was also very shocked. However, before he could take a closer look at the complete four aspects of true martial, Shi Yingqing's angry scolding could be heard from afar. Brat, if you don't get lost now, are you going to stay here and wait for death? Don't let that brat get away. Shi Yingqing doesn't have much time left. Hang in there for a while. We'll kill that old man first, and then Yi Fei. The fire dragon roared. He was a traitor of the true martial sacred academy and also did not want to see the academy rise again. Fa Tiantong, Lu Rulong, and Han Feng had the same thoughts. Under the strong pressure of the four aspects of true martial, the fire dragon released a divine dragon that turned into a huge sky-turning dragon seal and blasted forward. Han Feng also used all his strength to perform the heavenly strategy Demon Fist. As his fist punched out, countless words appeared in the void and formed a beautiful scripture. Kill! Lu Rulong suddenly roared. He unleashed the descent of divine martial to the extreme and formed a dazzling deity. He held a golden battle axe and attacked the four aspects of true martial. Heavenly Fate Wheel. Fa Tiantong raised his fate wheel high and shattered the clouds in the sky. It attracted a terrifying starlight that blasted forward and blocked the attack of the four aspects of true martial. Obviously, the strength of these four aspects of true martial were not ordinary. Even when facing Shi Yingqing, who was a perfection boundary emperor, they could still counterattack and even wait for an opportunity to kill him. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei suddenly felt a sense of fear. If he retreated like this, he might not be able to see the third dean, this respectable old man, after 15 minutes. When I was controlled by the blood demon, more than 10 aspects of Sunluo Hall, including Hall Master He Ming, who thought highly of me, gave up on me in the end. When I was being chased by four aspects of true martial and my life was hanging by a thread, it was the aspects of true martial sacred academy that risked their lives to save me. Which was lighter? Which was more important? Yi Fei's gaze suddenly turned resolute as he watched the battle between quasi-emperors in the sky. This time, he couldn't back down. He couldn't back down. I once said that if the Sacred Academy did not betray me, I will not betray the Sacred Academy. Third Dean, thank you for your help, but this time, I will not leave you behind and escape alone. At most, I will fight with these 4 aspects of true martial. Yes, fight. This strong voice flashed across Yi Fei's mind. 15 minutes was enough for him to do many things. For example, he could condense the last 5 deities in his soul. This was the only way he could save Shi Yingqing's life and defeat these 4 shameless aspects of true martial. No, what are you doing? Yi Fei, you have to calm down. Seeing that Yi Fei did not escape and instead sat cross-legged on the ground with a crazed expression, the blood demon suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He began to control Yi Fei's blood with all his might, causing Yi Fei's blood to flow backward and causing him to vomit blood. However, Yi Fei was really determined this time. No matter how the blood demon tortured his body, Yi Fei still gritted his teeth and used these 15 minutes of precious time to resolutely take the last step of the War Divine Tao. In the end, the 5 deities were formed almost at the same time. Then, Yi Fei officially stepped into the 8th level of the War Divine Tao. Roar! There was a demon howling in his body, and a deity roaring in anger. A huge purple-gold deity shadow furiously rushed out from Yi Fei's body. Chapter 1347. Heaven's Punitive Expedition. Yi Fei, are you tired of living? Who allowed you to come up here? I am saving you, not asking you to die in battle with me. Shi Yingqing was furious. If Yi Fei died, what was the point of his sacrifice? Third Dean, thank you for your care. However, please leave the rest to me. Yi Fei rushed to Shi Yingqing's side with a furious God's will. Then, he suddenly punched Shi Yingqing and sent him flying like a meteor. Wah, you stinking brat. How dare you sneak an attack on me? Shi Yingqing was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He was a great circle quasi-emperor, and yet, he was sent flying by Yi Fei with a single punch. Although Yi Fei had sneaked an attack on him, it also showed how terrifying Yi Fei's current combat strength was. The 8th level of the God of War path was enough for him to possess combat strength comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor. Seeing Yi Fei's actions, the 4 quasi-emperors were shocked. Then, Fa Tiantong's eyes were filled with disdain. It's just a heavenly tribulation. It can scare a martial emperor, but not us quasi-emperors. It's just a heavenly tribulation triggered by a mere martial sage. We have even passed the martial emperor tribulation. Why should we be afraid of a small heavenly tribulation? Lu Rulong's face was filled with disdain. He felt that Yi Fei was really stupid to think of using a heavenly tribulation to scare them quasi-emperors. However, soon, the 4 quasi-emperors were shocked to see a demonic god shadow with dense demonic chi rush out from Yi Fei's body. This demonic god shadow roared wildly at them. You bunch of pigs, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and kill this brat. Don't let him pass the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, the appearance of the blood demon shocked the 4 quasi-emperors. Fa Tiantong suddenly exclaimed, could it be that what Yi Fei said was true? The one who killed Wu Dao was not him, but the demonic god hidden in his body. Fa Tiantong, have you gone senile? The one who killed Wu Dao and the other quasi-emperors was Yi Fei. It's this bastard. He still wants to use the heavenly tribulation to threaten us. Huolong was furious. Han Feng and Lu Rulong were also enraged. They turned a blind eye to the blood demon and continued to blame the deaths of Lu Rufeng and the others on Yi Fei. Fa Tiantong understood that the 3 sacred institutes wanted to kill Yi Fei and not give the true martial sacred institute a chance to rise. He didn't expose them. After all, destroying the true martial sacred institute was beneficial to the legalists. The 4 quasi-emperors exchanged glances. They did not even look at the blood demon that rushed out of Yi Fei's body. Instead, they took advantage of the fact that Yi Fei sent Shi Yingqing flying. The four quasi-emperors suddenly attacked at the same time, unleashing their strongest martial techniques, wanting to take this opportunity to kill Yi Fei. In response, Yi Fei only sneered. Previously, he still felt a little guilty about pulling others into his tribulation. However, when he saw the shameless actions of the four quasi-emperors, he only felt cold in his heart. The true Spirit 9 transformations was instantly unlocked. The four quasi-emperors, who were about to join forces to kill Yi Fei, suddenly felt an immense fear. This fear didn't come from the enemy, but from the heavens. Boom! The heavenly Tao was furious. Tribulation clouds appeared. In an instant, this shattered world had turned into a sea of lightning tribulation. Lightning flashed everywhere, and there was terrifying lightning everywhere. Yi Fei bitterly discovered that the heavenly tribulation that appeared after fusing with the power of despair for the 5th time was no longer an ordinary lightning tribulation. It was a sea of lightning. As this sea of lightning appeared, the sound of a huge drum that shook time and space suddenly came from the void. It was a war drum and also a thunder drum. The rumbling of the drum was like thunder. In an instant, Yi Fei and the four quasi-emperors were all beaten down from the sky. In the face of a heavenly tribulation, even a quasi-emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow. The most terrifying thing was that this was not a real heavenly tribulation, but merely the heavenly might that was released before the heavenly tribulation formed. Then, when this heavenly tribulation was completely formed, how terrifying would its power be? Yi Fei didn't know, and the four quasi-emperors didn't know either. Xi Qing, who was sent flying, looked at the sea of lightning in the sky in a daze. He had lived for hundreds of years and had seen all kinds of heavenly tribulations. But for Yi Fei to turn the heavenly tribulation into a sea of lightning as soon as it appeared, he had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. The blood demon, who was hiding in Yi Fei's body, suddenly screamed, "Heavens, how could this be a heavenly tribulation? How could this be a heavenly tribulation?" Boom! The blood demon's words shook Fa Tiantong and the others, making them feel dizzy. The heavenly Tao, punitive expedition to punish disloyal subjects. This kind of heavenly tribulation is difficult to encounter even for the geniuses of the demon god race. How many sins did this brat commit to attract the heavenly Tao's punitive expedition? Hearing the blood demon's words, Fa Tiantong and the others' faces suddenly turned green with anger. Yi Fei was so depressed that he vomited a mouthful of blood. "I only went through a tribulation and tricked a few people, but it actually attracted the heavenly Tao's punitive expedition? Heavenly Tao, you're too unfair." Yi Fei was enraged. He roared angrily at the sky. Sensing Yi Fei's provocation, the heavenly Tao became even more furious. What appeared before everyone's eyes was not just a sea of lightning, but also a heavenly lightning palace that was slowly taking shape in the void. Then, the rumbling of thunder shattered the void. Countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals made of lightning kept walking out of the heavenly palace. Yi Fei looked at the martial emperors and heavenly soldiers walking out in horror. There were also quasi-emperors and heavenly generals. He suddenly felt like crying. The path of despair could really make one feel completely hopeless. When he saw the 100 lightning soldiers and generals coming out of the heavenly palace, Yi Fei's hair started to turn numb. The first heavenly tribulation was already so ferocious. How was he going to withstand the remaining heavenly tribulations? "Yi Fei, quickly let me take control of your body." The blood demon suddenly roared angrily. In order to prevent any misunderstandings, he even explained loudly, "The heavenly Tao's punitive expedition is the heavenly Tao's greatest test for the demon god tribe. Not only will there be martial sages and martial emperors, there might even be martial emperors and martial gods in the end. We must destroy the heavenly palace before these beings come out." What? Martial gods might emerge from the heavenly Tao's tribulation? Fa Tiantong's voice was loud and clear. However, When he heard the blood demon's words, his voice suddenly became as soft as a mosquito's. Lu Rulong, Huolong, and Han Feng's faces twitched violently. They first looked at Yi Fei with hatred. Then, Huolong, who was the first to react, suddenly roared loudly. He wanted to rush out of the range of the heavenly tribulation as fast as he could. Kill! A cold and emotionless voice suddenly echoed in everyone's hearts. Under the heavenly palace, 1/5 of the 100 heavenly soldiers and generals immediately launched a punitive expedition against Huolong. Yi Fei, I hate you. Chapter 1348. Soul of Jinwubum. The huge heaven-flipping seal was shattered, and so was Huolong's body. Only Huolong's broken origin spirit rushed out of the broken body in terror. Then it flew out of the range of the heavenly tribulation and disappeared. Fa Tiantong and the other two stared blankly at the scene. Huolong wasn't the strongest among them, but he wasn't the weakest either. Even so, Huolong couldn't withstand the Heaven General's halberd. His physical body crumbled on the spot, and he only managed to escape with his broken primordial spirit. How is this crossing a tribulation? This is clearly suicide. The path of despair is indeed terrifying. This is not a path for humans. No, I can't wait to die here. The heavenly way is punishing this man who has been abandoned by the heavens, not quasi-emperors like us. Escape. I have to escape. Lu Ruffing was so scared that he almost lost his mind. When he saw that the fire dragon had successfully escaped, he made up his mind and rushed out of the lightning tribulation from the other side. The heavenly generals of Tian Ke immediately sensed it. Soundlessly, a huge lightning hammer smashed into the distance. Not only did it shatter the deity behind Lu Rulong, but it also smashed half of his body. Lu Rulong let out a miserable cry as he dragged half of his body and crawled out of the range of the lightning tribulation. Fa Tianong and Han Feng looked at each other. Suddenly, they joined hands and rushed out of the heavens tribulation. Kill! The two heavenly generals suddenly charged down from the heavenly palace with 2/5 of their forces. Their awe-inspiring spears transformed into boundless lightning that pierced forward. Save me! Han Feng suddenly roared. He was the weakest of the four. At this moment, two heavenly generals were targeting him. Kill! All of a sudden, Fa Tianhong turned around. His huge fate wheel glowed with cold light. Instead of coming to Han Feng's rescue, Fa Tiantong slapped Han Feng to the soldiers in the sky with his fate wheel. Puff! Countless lightning spears instantly shattered the body and soul of this quasi-emperor, Han Feng. Suddenly, the only sky general who hadn't made a move in the sky had picked up his weapon. It was a giant lightning bow. Boundless lightning gathered as Fa Tiantong rushed out of the lightning tribulation. There was a loud explosion. The heaven and earth outside the thunderbolts, together with Fa Tiantong's huge fate wheel, were destroyed and turned into a mass of horrifying nothingness. Yi Fei felt weak at the knees. However, after seeing the miserable state of the four quasi-emperors facing the heavenly Tao tribulation, Yi Fei instantly made up his mind. No matter what price I have to pay, I must shatter that heavenly barrier before the martial emperor's heavenly soldiers come out. Kill! He mustered his courage and took advantage of the moment when the heavenly generals were scattered to suddenly charge out. However, he did not escape the lightning tribulation. Instead, he charged directly into the sea of lightning in the sky, as well as the heavenly palace formed by lightning in the sea. Lunatic, you lunatic. You're no match for me. Give your body to me. Only a demon god like me can survive such a heavenly tribulation. The blood demon roared madly in Yi Fei's body. He was afraid that he would be implicated if Yi Fei failed to survive the heavenly tribulation. Shut up. Of course, Yi Fei was not foolish enough to let the blood demon take control of his body. He continued to use the indestructible sword soul to suppress the blood demon, while he suddenly charged toward the bow-wielding heavenly general. Kill! The heavenly soldiers were enraged and let out silent roars. In an instant, a military formation was formed. The heavenly general coldly raised his lightning bow and gathered the boundless lightning in the sea of lightning. Boom! In the next moment, a bolt of lightning blasted over. Sensing the aura of death contained in the bolt of lightning, Yifei suddenly took out his spirit-devouring sword and slashed out 12 layers of the Taiji sword diagram to protect himself. Bang! The bolt of lightning and the Taiji sword diagram collided. In an instant, it tore apart Yifei's Taiji sword diagram and then slammed into Yifei's body. Purple gold Taiji. Yifei's entire body was glowing. The purple gold light formed an even more dazzling Taiji ball to protect his body. The bow-wielding heavenly general seemed to be stunned. The military formation formed by the heavenly soldiers had already raised countless lightning spears and mercilessly pierced them. Bang! The purple gold Taiji ball only lasted for a breath before it was shattered. Just when Yifei thought that he was going to be seriously injured, a bloody demon with 3 faces and 6 arms suddenly rushed out of his body. It held 12 terrifying blood sabers in its hands and charged forward in a frenzy. The lightning spears that were piercing toward him were smashed into pieces. Yifei was surprised by this. He had used the indestructible sword soul to suppress the blood demon, but this demon still dared to come out and court death? I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Break that heavenly barrier immediately. Otherwise, when the martial emperor heavenly soldiers are formed, we will all die. There was a hint of fear in the blood demon's tone. This was also the reason why he chose to help Yifei. After all, the two of them were now one. Yifei was being attacked by the heavenly Tao, and the blood demon could not escape. Only by combining the strength of the two of them might they have a chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation. Blood demon, you have finally done the right thing. Knowing that he still needed the blood demon's strength, Yifei did not want to get rid of the blood demon now. Kill! He suddenly switched from defense to offense and charged toward the high and mighty quasi-emperors and heavenly generals in front of the heavenly barrier. However, at this moment, loud, thunderous roars came from all directions. A lightning halberd pierced through the void and charged toward Yifei. A terrifying lightning saber shattered the void and slashed toward Yifei. Suddenly, a patch of darkness appeared above his head. That was a heavenly general wielding a huge lightning hammer and smashing it down from above. As the 4 quasi-emperors either died or fled, the other heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals turned around and charged over, surrounding Yifei and the blood demon. Yifei could not help but reveal a look of despair. He knew that, with his strength, there was no way he could be a match for so many lightning soldiers. The blood demon suddenly roared. What are you waiting for? Quickly use your sword soul. Your sword soul can destroy everything, including these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. This was the second time the blood demon had tempted him to use his sword soul. Yifei was very hesitant about this. Then an old voice shouted in his ear, Yifei, no matter what happens, never believe the words of the demon god. Never be tempted by the darkness. What is a true martial? Moving forward courageously and persevering in oneself. This is a true martial. When a real man is alive, live vigorously and die with dignity. What is there to be afraid of? Boom! Xing's words were like morning bells and evening drums that shook Yifei's soul. Then he saw an old figure charge into the death zone of the heavenly tribulation with an imposing aura. Then he faced the 4 returning heavenly generals alone. Yifei's eyes suddenly became moist. He finally understood what choice he should make. So what if the heavenly Tao attacks me? No one can block my path, and the heavenly Tao cannot destroy it. My path is right under my feet. Ha ha! This is what a disciple of the true martial sacred court should be like. When we live, we should be spectacular. When we die, we should also die heroically. Then, we should live without regrets. Xing laughed heartily, then coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He was facing off against the 4 heavenly generals alone. The situation was naturally extremely dangerous, but even so, he still chose to charge in. Chapter 1349. Sword Spirit Slashes the Heavens Roar. Within the heavenly tribulation, a divine dragon roared, a white tiger roared, a vermilion bird danced in the air, and a black tortoise advanced with its head held high. This was the true martial realm. Live brilliantly and die heroically. So what if it was the heavenly tribulation? So what if it was the heavenly Tao's conquest? The heavens can punish humans. Humans can also conquer the heavens. Going against the heavens to conquer the heavens. This is the true martial realm. Third Dean, I understand now. In the past, I was too afraid of the heavenly tribulation and only knew how to use all sorts of methods to avoid it. But now I won't. I want to conquer the heavens. I want to be the god of war. Kill. Yi Fei charged forward. He was no longer confused or afraid. It was just the heavenly tribulation. If he could not defeat it, how could he defeat those exceptional geniuses? How could he defeat gods and demons? As for the blood demon's bewitchment, Yi Fei completely ignored it. There was only one voice in his heart, and that was to conquer the heavens and destroy the heavens that obstructed him. Rumble. The heavenly Tao seemed to have sensed it, and the thunder in the sky suddenly became agitated. The surrounding heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals released terrifying lightning from their bodies. Wah! Under this lightning, Yi Fei's determined figure swayed like a willow branch. The heavenly soldiers in the sky drowned him, and the endless lightning swallowed him up. However, Yi Fei's will did not waver. He turned back and took one last look at Shi Yingqing, who was fighting the 4 heavenly generals. His gaze became crazed like never before. If the third Dean can charge into this land of death to save me, then why can't I destroy this heavenly tribulation to save the third Dean? I will also take a firmer step on this path of despair. Kill. Yi Fei started to roar. Then, he suddenly started to run amidst the lightning. Countless heavenly soldiers formed from the heavenly tribulation, forming army after army as they charged forward. However, Yi Fei ignored them all. The martial sage-level heavenly soldiers were not his target. With a whoosh, he heard the terrifying sound of an arrow whistling by his ear. This time, Yi Fei didn't dodge. His body was covered in lightning, and his body was almost charred black. He resolutely slashed at the heavenly general. The heavenly general was expressionless. Countless heavenly soldiers had already surrounded him, forming rows of solid meat shields to prevent Yi Fei from approaching. But at this moment, Yi Fei smiled. He had brandished the yin-yang sword. The gigantic Taiji sword diagram suddenly split apart in front of the countless heavenly soldiers. Like a black and white yin-yang fish, it cleverly passed through the densely packed heavenly soldiers in front of it. In the blink of an eye, it merged in front of the bow-wielding heavenly general, emitting a loud explosion. The bow-wielding heavenly general finally revealed a stunned expression. Then, the body formed by lightning shattered with a loud bang. Kill. Yi Fei, you lunatic. If you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you. Behind Yi Fei, a terrifying demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. But the demon god was not in a good state. The blood demon couldn't control Yi Fei's body to fight. He could only rely on his consciousness to fight. He had to protect Yi Fei from the surrounding heavenly soldiers so that his body wouldn't be destroyed and implicate him. He also had to resist the thunder and lightning in the sky. The blood demon was in a lot of trouble. In the short time that Yi Fei had killed the bow-wielding heavenly general, 2 of the blood demon's 6 arms had already shattered. 7 of the 12 blood knives had also shattered. If this situation continued, the blood demon's consciousness might be completely destroyed even without Yi Fei's help. This was something the blood demon couldn't tolerate. At this moment, the blood demon even had the thought of escaping Yi Fei's body. But before he could make a decision, the heavenly general died in battle. The sea of lightning boiled, and the heavenly palace shook. It was as if the heavenly Tao was enraged. It was as if the thunder god was roaring. Another imposing figure appeared amidst the endless lightning in the heavenly palace. That figure took a step forward, and the entire heavenly palace shook violently. The blood demon's lofty consciousness shrunk like an egg. He trembled and roared in fear. That's a martial emperor. If you kill a quasi-emperor or heavenly general, another martial emperor or heavenly general will come out to kill you. If you kill a martial emperor, another martial god or heavenly general will come out to kill you. The heavenly Tao sent out a punitive expedition to punish those who disobeyed. This was the most terrifying part of the heavenly Tao tribulation. When they saw the foot stepping out of the heavenly palace, not only did the blood demon's expression change, Yi Fei's expression also changed. However, it was not fear, but a strong desire to fight. So what if it's a martial emperor? As long as I destroy the heavenly palace before the martial emperor comes out, even the heavenly Tao can forget about subduing me. Boom! As if the heavenly Tao tribulation sensed Yi Fei's consciousness, the sea of lightning was no longer surging. Instead, it stirred up horrifying waves. The impassioned war drums had already turned into a terrifying heavenly sound, causing the sky and earth to shatter completely. At this moment, there was no longer just a foot stepping out of the heavenly palace. At the same time, there was also a martial emperor's hand that contained boundless lightning. It's over. The martial emperor is about to come out. This is the heavenly Tao tribulation that even we demonic gods fear. The blood demon's tone was horrified. However, when Yi Fei did not notice, a ferocious light suddenly flashed in the blood demon's eyes. Similarly, in front of the blood demon, Yi Fei's gaze, which seemed to be staring at the heavenly palace, changed from hesitation to incomparably cold. The third Dean charged into the heavenly tribulation to save me. I absolutely cannot let the third Dean die because of this. I must shatter the heavenly palace's gates. Kill. Yi Fei ignored the surging sea of lightning, which left horrifying wounds on his body. He also ignored the surrounding lightning, which charred his flesh and bones, revealing his white bones. Yi Fei unsheathed his sword. What he unsheathed was not the spirit-devouring sword, but the undying sword's soul in his body, which contained boundless destructive aura. The sword's soul slashed the heavenly palace. Boom! Boom! Even though it was only 100,000th of the destructive sword light, it formed a horrifying destructive sword river. The sword river surged and instantly split the boundless sea of lightning in half. The furious roar of the martial emperor came from the heavenly palace, which was hidden above the sea of lightning. It sounded like the heavenly Tao was enraged. A general's head, which flickered with lightning, struggled out of the heavenly palace. Its thick arms and legs, which were made of terrifying lightning, howled as they smashed toward the sword river that Yi Fei had slashed out. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly became very nervous. At this moment, the blood demon's ferocious expression also became uncertain. Then, the surging destructive sword river mercilessly shattered the hand and leg that the martial emperor had stretched out. Only the general's head of the martial emperor let out a furious roar that sounded like the heavenly Tao. It was completely submerged in the destructive sword river. Success! The blood demon looked at the destroyed martial emperor and the martial emperor in shock. 100,000th of the undying sword soul's power was already enough to destroy half of the martial emperors and shatter the heavenly palace. How terrifying would the power of 100,000th or 1,000th be? Chapter 1350. Lightning Fiend God Great Blood Demon Fusion. The blood in his body began to boil. The blood demon had been waiting for Yi Fei to exhaust his undying sword soul and destroy the heavenly palace. His huge demonic body transformed into a huge blood python. He opened his huge mouth and tried to swallow Yi Fei. Yi Fei immediately felt a tearing pain in his body. At this moment, his consciousness was also being suppressed by an extremely cold and cruel pressure. No, it was not as simple as being suppressed. It was being completely devoured. This blood demon wants to devour my consciousness, take my body, and my sword soul. Yi Fei's face flashed with coldness and killing intent. He had never let his guard down against the blood demon. He also knew that once he released the undying sword soul, the blood devil would definitely use every means at his disposal to erase his consciousness and take over his body. But he had to destroy the undying sword soul. Only by destroying the heavenly palace and stopping the heavenly general Wu from coming out could he destroy this heavenly tribulation and save himself. He was also saving the life of the third Dean, who had sacrificed his own life to save him. But Yi Fei had to be on guard against the blood demon. Turning his head, Yi Fei watched the destruction of the heavenly palace. The 4 heavenly generals and heavenly soldiers were gradually collapsing. He smiled with relief. Then, his gaze became even more ferocious than the blood demon's consciousness. It was also even more insane. Boom! Just as the heavenly palace was destroyed by the sword soul and the blood demon was about to devour his consciousness, Yi Fei did something that scared the blood demon out of his wits and stunned Xi Yingqing. He actually dashed into the celestial palace at the same time it was destroyed. Lunatic! You damned lunatic! You actually tricked this god again. The blood demon let out an extremely miserable shriek. His voice was worse than a pig being slaughtered. It was more miserable than a beggar's. It was only then that the blood demon realized in horror that Yi Fei had actually held back when he destroyed the celestial palace. Yi Fei had not completely destroyed the celestial palace. Instead, he had only allowed the undying sword soul to destroy half of the celestial palace and the heavenly general Wu, who was about to leave. Then, just as the blood demon was about to devour his consciousness, Yi Fei sprinted into the remaining half of the heavenly palace before it collapsed. Boom! At this moment, the celestial palace trembled. From the broken celestial palace, a terrifying sound of thunder could be heard. All the celestial soldiers and the 4 celestial generals who were on the verge of collapse suddenly turned into terrifying balls of lightning and charged at the celestial palace from all directions. Then, the sea of lightning boiled. At this moment, all the lightning and thunder turned into a terrifying torrent of lightning. Like rivers returning to the sea, they poured into the half-destroyed heavenly palace at the same time. From afar, the place where Yi Fei and the celestial palace had been turned into a terrifying whirlpool of lightning. Endless lightning and thunder filled the surroundings. With the fury of the heavenly Tao, it seemed like it wanted to destroy the celestial palace along with Yi Fei. Damn it! From the whirlpool of lightning, the blood demon's furious roar could be heard. The blood demon suddenly regretted taking over Yi Fei's body. In reality, this kid in front of him was a complete lunatic who did not care about his own life. When others encountered the heavenly Tao tribulation, they would tremble in fear, afraid that they would be surrounded by the heavenly Tao tribulation. Yi Fei, on the other hand, rushed directly into the celestial palace formed by the heavenly Tao tribulation when he realized that he was about to be taken over. It was as if he had jumped into a terrifying lightning pit. Endless lightning immediately turned into a destructive whirlpool of lightning. When Yi Fei stepped into this whirlpool, his foot was already charred black. The boundless electric light in the surroundings had turned it into charcoal. The excruciating pain made Yi Fei's face contort, but his eyes were still filled with madness. I want to live an exciting life. Even if I die, I want to die a heroic death. Blood demon, come and devour me. Let's conquer the heavens together and crusade against this unfair heavenly Tao. I walked the path of despair with my own ability. Why should the heavenly Tao interfere? Boom! As if sensing someone's disrespect, a terrifying, destructive consciousness gradually awakened in the celestial palace. Sensing that consciousness, the blood demon, who was still struggling desperately to break free, suddenly shrunk into a ball in fright. Martial God, that's the martial God heavenly general. He's about to awaken. Let me out. I want to leave this lunatic. I don't want to be destroyed. It's too late. Blood demon, haven't you always wanted to take over me and obtain a sword spirit? I'll give you this chance. Come and devour me. Yi Fei roared. Countless deities suddenly rushed out of his body. These deities were formed from his soul and contained a portion of his consciousness. More than 100 deities rushed out at the same time. They rushed directly to the mouth of the blood python formed from the blood demon's consciousness. This was no different from Yi Fei sticking out his head and letting the blood demon chop it up. If the blood demon opened his mouth, he would be able to devour Yi Fei's consciousness completely. However, the blood demon didn't dare to open his mouth, nor did he have the energy to do so. Endless lightning had already surrounded them. Within the broken celestial palace, a terrifying gaze stared coldly at the two of them. With just a gaze, the blood python that the blood demon had transformed into was suddenly pierced through. Then, countless bolts of lightning gathered from all directions and once again dealt an unimaginable destructive blow to the blood python's body. Battle of the 8 Desolations. Yi Fei, I'm going to fight you to the death. The blood demon roared angrily. He realized that he was completely trapped in this terrifying lightning vortex and couldn't escape. The blood demon suddenly reverted to his 3-faced, 6-armed battle form. At the same time, he was filled with hatred and extreme regret. His entire consciousness rushed towards Yi Fei. However, although the blood demon was fast, the lightning vortex returning to the celestial palace was even faster. Before the blood demon could reach Yi Fei, endless lightning bolts had already bombarded the blood demon's consciousness. The blood demon's 6 arms exploded with a loud bang. 3 heads collapsed at the same time. Finally, the huge demon god's body was directly melted into a puff of black smoke by the endless lightning bolts. The blood demon was annihilated on the spot. Until his death, he was filled with grievances and resentment. He felt the blood demon's hatred before his death and saw how terrifying the lightning vortex was. The madness in Yi Fei's eyes subsided. Then, all the hair on his body stood on end. Without thinking, he hurriedly opened the purple gold taiji. Bam! Suddenly, a cold gaze came from the celestial palace, just like how it dealt with the blood demon. This gaze was emotionless, but it shattered the purple gold taiji with just a glance. Then, endless lightning bolts gathered again. They wanted to mercilessly destroy Yi Fei, just like the blood demon. Chapter 1351. Grief and hatred. Yi Fei did not rush into the celestial palace out of impulse. Instead, he made this crazy decision after careful consideration. After all, the blood demon was too strong. He was facing a demonic god that had lived for tens of thousands of years. If not for the suppression of the undying sword soul, he would not have been a match for the blood demon. Yi Fei only thought of using the heavenly tribulation to get rid of the blood demon once and for all. As for how he was going to get out of this dilapidated celestial palace after killing the blood demon, he did not have the time to think about it. He could only take one step at a time. Since he wanted to kill the blood demon, he would have to take a huge risk. The risk I have to face is to resist the lightning returning to the celestial palace. If I can survive, I will be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. If I can't, I will be destroyed. Yi Fei's eyes gradually became determined and resolute. After the blood demon was killed, Yi Fei no longer had any worries. He sat down cross-legged in the middle of this terrifying lightning vortex. At the same time, a dark golden sword shadow radiated from his body. Although Yi Fei could not activate the destructive power of the sword soul, he could still use the basic functions of the sword soul. For example, he could use the large amount of immortal energy stored in the sword soul to heal his injuries. As long as my recovery speed can keep up with the speed of the heavenly tribulation destroying me, I will have a chance to survive this heavenly tribulation. Yi Fei closed his eyes and ignored the lightning and thunder that were even more terrifying than the furnace. The undying sword soul also immediately released all of its undying power, which continuously flowed into his body. At this moment, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle in the beast mark space became very nervous. Yi Fei's face was also contorted in pain. The lightning in the lightning vortex was too terrifying. Although the celestial palace was damaged and the martial emperors, martial gods, and heavenly generals in the depths of the celestial palace did not appear, any martial emperor or martial god would be able to destroy a martial emperor. However, just this stretch of lightning could turn any quasi-emperor who entered into it into ashes. If not for Yi Fei's physical body being as tough as an emperor weapon, a quasi-emperor with a weaker physical body would have been turned into barbecued meat and charred coal in a few breaths. Even so, when he walked into the vortex, Yi Fei's body had already turned pitch black, just like charcoal. Half of his flesh was charred black, while the remaining half emitted the aroma of roasted meat. This feeling of being roasted made Yi Fei extremely depressed. Fortunately, he had stored a large amount of undying power in his undying sword soul. Relying on the undying power's super recovery ability, the endless lightning of the lightning vortex was unable to completely destroy him. Boom! At this moment, an icy cold gaze came from within the celestial palace. It stared coldly at Yi Fei, although that gaze did not make a move. Following his gaze, the surrounding lightning that returned suddenly turned from lightning as thick as an arm to terrifying lightning pillars as thick as a water bucket. These lightning pillars continuously bombarded Yi Fei's body from all directions. Its might was already comparable to that of the martial monarch tribulation that many martial sages underwent. Shi Yingqing stood on the ground and stared blankly at the terrifying scene in the sky. When faced with a heavenly tribulation, all the cultivators in the world would do the same thing. They would use all sorts of methods to block it. If they could endure it, they would succeed. Like Yi Fei, they would directly charge into the heavenly tribulation and risk their lives. This scene would probably scare a martial emperor to death. At the far end of the sky, He Ming also led the Sunluo Hall's quasi-emperors to stare at the lightning vortex in the sky with a complicated expression. It was so terrifying that even the quasi-emperors feared it. In the end, He Ming sighed and led the Sunluo Hall's quasi-emperors away quietly. Faced with such a terrifying lightning tribulation, he no longer believed that Yi Fei could survive. Under normal circumstances, that was indeed the case. Even if Yi Fei had the undying energy and could recover instantly, the lightning vortex seemed endless. No matter how much undying energy Yi Fei had, there would be a time when it would run out. In reality, Yi Fei had only resisted for about an hour before he discovered that the undying energy stored in his sword spirit had been completely depleted. Furthermore, the surrounding lightning vortex was still terrifying. He estimated that only 1/10 of the undying energy had been depleted. This is bad. How am I going to survive the remaining 90%? Yi Fei blinked his eyes in pain. In the next moment, the boundless lightning pillars struck him again. His face twisted and his body turned into charcoal. The faint fragrance of meat drifted in the air. However, at this moment, as if sensing the danger of its host, the undying sword spirit suddenly released a terrifying suction force. It caused Yi Fei's charred body to turn into a horrifying black vortex. In turn, it absorbed the power of the lightning vortex. Yi Fei was dumbfounded. After a while, he recalled that the undying sword spirit seemed to have unconsciously absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation when he was facing his tribulation in the burial land of the gods. How could I forget? The greatest use of the undying sword soul isn't its destructive sword qi, but rather the undying sword soul. It can absorb any energy in the world. The lightning tribulation is also a type of energy. The undying sword spirit can obviously absorb it as well. Boom! This shocking thought flashed through his mind. At this moment of life and death, Yi Fei did not have time to think too much. His entire consciousness was already immersed in the sword spirit. He loudly ordered, "Undying sword spirit, absorb all of this lightning tribulation." Wong. The sword spirit vibrated and actually emitted an excited emotion. It seemed to have a special liking for the undying sword spirit. In the past, Yi Fei could not control the sword spirit. It could only rely on its instincts to absorb a small amount. But now, with Yi Fei's control and command, the undying sword spirit immediately showed its terrifying power. Then, the undying sword spirit formed a terrifying vortex of destruction in Yi Fei's body. This vortex was even more terrifying than the lightning vortex Yi Fei was in. The lightning vortex only wanted to destroy Yi Fei and return him to the imperial palace. However, the vortex of destruction formed by the undying sword spirit actually wanted to absorb all of the remaining power of the lightning tribulation. Its boldness caused the dilapidated imperial palace to shake. The gaze inside seemed to carry the anger of the heavenly Tao. But it could not be helped. The imperial palace was already half destroyed. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals inside could not be formed to attack Yi Fei. The cold gaze could only see Yi Fei, who was about to be destroyed, suddenly treat the lightning vortex as spiritual qi and madly absorb it. As the endless lightning tribulation was absorbed by the undying sword spirit, Yi Fei was pleasantly surprised to find that not only was the surrounding power of the lightning tribulation unable to harm him, a portion of the absorbed power within the undying sword spirit turned into destructive sword qi to replenish the sword spirit. The other portion turned into a golden liquid that was slowly released from the sword spirit. It repaired his body faster than the undying sword spirit. In less than an hour, Yi Fei's charred body quickly scabbed over and fell off, revealing new golden skin. Excess golden liquid from the surrounding lightning bolts splashed out from the lightning pillars and fell to the ground like rain. That is lightning tribulation liquid. It is the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth that can prolong one's life. And it is a treasure that can only be formed by chance during the lightning tribulation. Shi Yingqing stood on the ground and looked at the golden liquid that suddenly fell from the lightning tribulation. Suddenly, he was filled with pain and hatred. He suddenly had the urge to slap Yi Fei to death. This prodigal son of AB*TCH. That is lightning tribulation liquid. It is a treasure that can prolong one's life, even after 1,000 lightning tribulations. He actually did not know how to collect it and allowed it to fall. Shi Yingqing swore that if he had such a prodigal son, he would beat him to death on the spot. Then, as if his eyebrows were on fire, he recklessly rushed up and collected the falling lightning liquid. Chapter 1352. Back to the holy court. Yi Fei knew nothing about this. He continued to cultivate in the lightning tribulation. The heavenly tribulation, which was enough to destroy a martial artist, suddenly became a land of treasures in Yi Fei's eyes. A land of treasures that belonged only to him. Even though the lightning of the heavenly tribulation was very scary, the destructive aura of the heavenly tribulation was completely absorbed by the undying sword soul. Then, the power of the heavenly tribulation was released through the undying sword soul in the form of golden lightning liquid. Yi Fei only absorbed the lightning tribulation liquid for an hour. He was shocked to find that the injuries in his body from the heavenly tribulation were completely healed. In the rolling lightning vortex, Yi Fei's body suddenly emitted a dazzling demonic golden light. That was the battle demon way. It automatically circulated and breathed in his body, quickly merging with the golden lightning liquid released by the undying sword soul. The power of the heavenly tribulation can actually allow me to cultivate the power of despair. This shocking thought flashed through Yi Fei's mind. He had never thought that the heavenly tribulation, which represented destruction, would actually contain a power that was more precious than spiritual energy. Most importantly, He could absorb this power through the undying sword soul. Instantly, Yi Fei's eyes turned red. Xiao Cao's eyes also lit up. Within the beast-marked space, a rainbow-colored little tortoise had sneakily crawled out. It hit on Yi Fei's shoulder and stuck its head out to look around. Then, when Yi Fei wasn't paying attention, the tortoise fiercely opened its mouth and sucked in a breath of air towards the surrounding lightning. Boom! Amidst the rolling lightning, much of the golden lightning liquid that had yet to be refined and absorbed by the undying sword soul had already splashed out. Then, a small vine whip impatiently took root and sprouted from Yi Fei's body, rapidly growing into green leaves. These green leaves could directly wrap around the undying sword soul and absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation. This surprised Yi Fei. He felt that Xiao Cao's vine whip was really amazing. It was not even afraid of the destructive aura of the undying sword soul. However, when he saw that Xiao Cao had absorbed 30% of the golden liquid in a single breath, Yi Fei's face twitched violently. Then, without another word, he immediately activated the battle demon path and continued to strengthen the cells in his body, condensing resplendent stars one after another. In the sky, from time to time, parts of the golden lightning liquid that had not been completely absorbed because of the fight between Xiao Cao and the dragon turtle. These were the heavenly tribulation elixirs that Shi Yingqing had seen. This old dean's eyes instantly turned red. He cursed Yi Fei for being a prodigal son while running all over the place to collect the heavenly tribulation elixirs that had accidentally fallen. If even a single drop of it accidentally fell onto the ground, the old principal would be so heartbroken that he would immediately dig it out, along with the soil. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he would put it in his space belt first. If Shi Yingqing knew that the heavenly tribulation liquid that he regarded as his life was actually being absorbed and refined by Yi Fei and Xiao Cao in the heavenly tribulation like ordinary spiritual energy, he would be devastated. The old principal was definitely going to be heartbroken again. Finally, after absorbing 30% of the golden lightning liquid from the heavenly tribulation, little grass patted her round belly in satisfaction. Then, she returned to her little bed made of immortal crystals and fell into a deep sleep. The dragon turtle also burped and spat out terrifying lightning. It slowly crawled back into the beast-marked space to refine the energy of the heavenly tribulation. But there was still a limit to the power of the heavenly tribulation. Originally, when Yi Fei destroyed the heavenly palace, the heavenly tribulation should have disappeared. But because Yi Fei blocked the remaining half of the heavenly palace gate, the surrounding lightning could not return to the void, and the heavenly tribulation continued until now. Until the destructive vortex formed by the undying sword spirit absorbed 99% of the heavenly tribulation lightning in the lightning vortex. Indeed, the remaining half of the heavenly palace gate could no longer support the heavenly tribulation. It turned into a flash of lightning and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this point, the heavenly tribulation was completely over. The destroyed heaven and earth returned to normal. Warm sunlight shone through the clouds. Amidst the golden lightning, Yi Fei stood up from where the heavenly palace gate had disappeared. Under the sunlight, his entire body emitted golden light. He was like a golden demon god looking down on heaven and earth. Then, Yi Fei was shocked to see Shi Yingqing shoveling dirt on the ground. Third principal, what are you? Yi Fei didn't understand. You wastrel. Seeing Yi Fei come down, no matter how good Shi Yingqing's temper was, he could not help but point at Yi Fei and scold him. Brat, do you know what fell down just now? That was the heavenly tribulation liquid. The heavenly tribulation liquid that can prolong the lives of quasi-emperors. Not only did you not collect it, you even let it fall and melt into the soil. That is our life. Shi Yingqing was very agitated. Yi Fei was also very surprised. The golden heavenly tribulation liquid that he and Xiao Cao had absorbed could prolong the lives of quasi-emperors. No wonder Shi Yingqing was so agitated. After all, although the quasi-emperors of the true martial sacred academy were powerful, Their lifespans had dried up. Not only the quasi-emperors, but also the martial emperors. In an era where they could not break through to the martial emperor realm, prolong their lives had become the greatest hope of these old martial emperors and quasi-emperors. Understanding this, Yi Fei suddenly blushed with shame. Just now, during the heavenly tribulation, he and Xiao Qiao had absorbed the precious heavenly tribulation liquid like ordinary spirit qi. Fortunately, he had stored a little in his undying sword soul. The third dean was willing to sacrifice his life to save me. If the Sacred Academy did not betray me, how can I betray the Sacred Academy? Yi Fei secretly made up his mind. He directly communicated with the undying sword soul and released a large amount of heavenly tribulation liquid. Then he used his true essence to condense golden lightning and handed it to Shi Yingqing. Third dean, you have wronged me. I have actually collected a lot of heavenly tribulation liquid. Good. I was right about you. You didn't take the risk to save you in vain. Shi Yingqing happily praised Yi Fei. Yi Fei was speechless at how quickly the dean changed his attitude. However, when he thought that the heavenly tribulation liquid could indirectly increase the strength of the Sacred Academy, he was happy again. Third dean, how are my brothers? Yi Fei asked again. Good. They are all good. Even Xia Jun, although not talented, is very diligent. I have high hopes for him. The third dean smiled and held the lightning in his hand. There was a faint excitement in his expression. With this heavenly tribulation liquid, these old quasi-emperors would be able to last longer and protect the Sacred Academy for a longer time. Yi Fei, you have made a great contribution to the Sacred Academy this time. Now come back with me. I will report to the Grand Dean and reward you heavily. Shi Yingqing solemnly put away the lightning. Suddenly, he grabbed Yi Fei's shoulder and teleported away from this dangerous place. Not long after, the two of them appeared on a desolate black land. Yi Fei sighed when he saw this piece of land. 3 years ago, he had entered the Dragon Head realm from this place. He had narrowly escaped death and experienced the heavenly Tao suppression. Now, he could finally leave the Dragon Head realm from here and return to the Sacred Academy. He could see his brothers and friends again. Chapter 1353. Gathering, it was still the same land. The people hadn't changed, and the environment hadn't changed at all. Ordinary disciples were struggling to survive. The disciples above the human stage were also constantly climbing in the competition. Some people were constantly retreating, while others were constantly moving forward. This was the real martial Sacred Academy. A cruel Sacred Academy, but also one that Yi Fei felt close to. Only after experiencing the cruelty of the Dragon Head realm did he understand the good intentions of the deans behind the cruel competition of the Sacred Academy. If you don't experience wind and rain, you will never grow. The only thing we can do for the disciples is to let them adapt in advance. This was what the 3 deans said before leaving. Yi Fei now completely understood. I'm finally back. The first thing Yi Fei did when he entered the Sacred Academy was to shout happily. In his opinion, he had done so much for the Sacred Academy. Even if the Sacred Academy didn't line the streets to welcome him, there should be many senior and junior brothers to welcome him warmly. But what made Yi Fei depressed was that the Sacred Academy was as quiet as usual when they heard his voice. There was no lively scene of welcoming him. Instead, many disciples' faces suddenly changed when they heard Yi Fei's voice. Why do I feel that this voice is so familiar? Familiar? This is the voice of Demon Yi. Oh no, the rumor is true. Demon Yi has returned to the real martial Sacred Academy. Who is Demon Yi? Is it the demon Saint Yi Fei who swept away the first stage disciples every time he went down the mountain? Did he come back this time to sweep away the heaven stage? There was no welcome as expected. Instead, the entire real martial Sacred Academy was in chaos. There was no other way. Yi Fei had made too much noise in the Dragon Head realm. Whether it was killing Jean Poli and the others, being controlled by the Blood Demon, or killing holy sons like Lu Ruffin, Every news was enough to shock the disciples of the real martial sacred academy. As the name of Yi Fei the demon saint spread in the Dragon Head realm, Yi Fei gradually gained another nickname in the real martial sacred academy. That was Demon Yi. Vaguely hearing the discussions of these disciples, Yi Fei felt very embarrassed. He was obviously a low-key and kind person. He had nothing to do with the devil. Maybe it's because I'm too outstanding. Many opponents don't dare to face me directly and can only hurt me in the dark. It must be like this. Everything is because I'm too outstanding. Yi Fei comforted himself like this. He was even more convinced of this. Since no one came to welcome him, he could only helplessly return to his own mountain peak alone. The mountain peak was as familiar as ever. It was a familiar mountain and familiar people. The only difference was that everyone was excited. Big brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much. The most touching one was still Xia Jun. When he saw Yi Fei, Xia Jun was so emotional that he shed tears. Then, without saying a word, he rushed over to hug Yi Fei. Yi Fei was also touched. He stood still and waited for Xia Jun to hug him. But soon, his face darkened as he realized that the person that Xia Jun was hugging wasn't him, but his mentor, Zhou Xiaoyu, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Scram! Zhou Xiaoyu was embarrassed. Of course, she wouldn't let Xia Jun hug her. She kicked out and sent Xia Jun flying. Why am I always the one getting hurt? I just want a hug. What did I do wrong? Xia Jun hung on a tree branch, swaying in the wind. Serves you right. Yi Fei's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. But he couldn't help but laugh. Then everyone laughed. Shang Luo walked over and said with a smile, Yi Fei, I knew you would come back. Yi Fei, if you didn't come back, we would have gone to the Dragon Head realm to look for you, Lin Tianjiao joked. But Yi Fei knew that Lin Tianjiao never joked. If he said he would do it, he would do it. He was a proud man. I saw Fu Renjia. Yi Fei looked deeply at Lin Tianjiao. Lin Tianjiao's expression turned serious, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. His friendship with Fu Renjia was also very deep. Brother, you're finally back. I don't have to suffer anymore. Little Fatty saw that it was really Yi Fei who had returned. He suddenly cried emotionally. Little Fatty, why have you lost weight? Yi Fei was shocked. Pang Bei used to be very fat. After not seeing him for 3 years, he had lost a lot of weight. But his strength was already the strongest among them. Pang Bei had actually broken through to the half-emperor realm. What was going on? Yi Fei looked at Lin Tianjiao and then at Xia Jun. They were looking at Shang Luo guiltily. Shang Luo blushed and said confidently, I didn't bully him. I just gave little Fatty a special training. Later, Yi Fei found out that after he left, Shang Luo had a strange temper. She took little Fatty with her in the name of special training. She forced little Fatty to turn into a monkey every day. She even found a book on the monkey fist and made little Fatty practice it every day. Shang Luo even had a whimsical idea. She made little Fatty turn into a devil monkey several times and mixed into a group of devil monkeys. She wanted to steal the secret recipe of the devil monkey wine. Little Fatty was seen through by the Devil Monkey King in the Valley of Life and Death several times and was hunted down. As he ran, not only did he lose weight, but his cultivation level also increased by leaps and bounds. Yi Fei was speechless when he found out what had happened. What made him even more speechless was that when he finally returned, he was not greeted with wine and delicacies, but a table full of spiritual melons. Needless to say, this must be Shang Luo's masterpiece. If you were stingy, just say it. Why did you have to prepare a table full of spiritual melons? Yi Fei was depressed. He imagined that his brothers would drink big bowls of wine and eat big pieces of meat. Do you think spiritual melons are cheap? One piece is worth 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Shang Luo rolled his eyes, scaring Xia Jun and the little Fatty. They hurriedly spat out the spirit melon they had just eaten. Lin Tianjiao's face also stiffened. He knew that Shang Luo was someone who would do what she said. Only Yi Fei was calm and composed. Seeing that Shang Luo was joking, Yifei directly snatched the spiritual melons from her hand and put them in his hand. Before Shang Luo could react, he threw out a large piece of 10 millennia cold steel and a large number of treasures he had dug out from the ancestral dragon abyss. These things were not very useful to him now, but to Lin Tianjiao and the others, they were very precious cultivation resources. Shang Luo did not have time to argue with Yifei. She ran to calculate the specific value of these treasures like a money grubber. Xia Jun and the other two began to fight fiercely. Only Zhou Xiaoyu was eating the spiritual melons in a more reserved manner. But when she saw Yifei throw out a large piece of fairy crystals, Zhou Xiaoyu could not hold back anymore. She rushed in and excitedly picked up a large piece. That's great. With these celestial crystals and enough bloodline fruits, any disciple with a special bloodline in the Sacred Institute will be able to upgrade their bloodline and have greater potential, Zhou Xiaoyu said excitedly. Of course, this was also the reason why Yifei took out these things. Since he was indebted to the Sacred Institute, he was naturally willing to do his part to make the Sacred Institute stronger. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.